Where?
He said he was at Mullins. Hello.
Mullins. He was supposed to come to the.
I know. I'm just not going to even deal with it. Hey, John, how are you? Good to see you again.
Did you know Sonny?
No, say hi, Josh Campbell. Hi. Nice to meet you. So yeah, another year.
I need to sit somewhere
Far, so
along
good. We
here.
haven't started yet, so ask me
If you
about
wouldn't
that.
mind, because I need to see that timer. I apologize.
Good
That seat is fine for me. I hate to. I'll just put that there. As long as I move that. Yeah, that's. Hi. Hey, how are you?
Very good.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for being here. Hi, hi, hi.
Do you hear people from like the
Great to see you. Sitting in the front row is the right approach. Yes.
No, the others are worth it. No, no, I thought it. Okay. Should we do a sweep this? Yeah. Yeah. We should have boxes.
Come in and join the beginning if you got to.
It's impossible. It has to be. What about these boxes are open? Those are worse? Alright. Alright, we'll figure that out after. Yeah. 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 Oh, Itoy. Yeah, it's very nice to meet you. Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Yeah, glad to connect. Would love to talk to you guys. Like I said, when I saw what Will's doing in diversity and tech, a lot of the themes were what we're talking about. Yeah. You're based in LA? Oh, okay. Right. No, totally understand. But no, I'll definitely follow up with you. You know, we wind up, we do a lot at CES, Davos. We're hosting. Oh, are you? Let's talk. Cause we're hosting 8 events in Davos. Yeah. Yeah. And we're doing Mobile World Congress, South by. We do these types of conferences. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to talk. Yeah, because that'd be awesome. All right, thank you, Joy.
I hope so. I think so. And
I don't know. You guys figured that out.
we've got a lot of people. They team themselves. Josh is going to say all that stuff. And then the musical play. Then I'll say John Chambers and Sony Giandani are going to join me, and then I'll introduce them once they get on stage. Hi, sir. How are you? Good to see you.
Supposed to be nice. Yeah, I think the night's until Tuesday.
So I won't say who they are. I'll just say their names, then they come on with the music, and then I'll introduce them. Yeah, I think rather than try to say something lengthy, I'll introduce her from stage before I leave, and then she'll step up. Then I'll be back. No, then I'll go to my sofa, and then I'll come back up at the end. Yeah. And then I'll stay up there with Esther. No, I think I'll stay up there the whole time with her. Yeah, no, she wants me to be up there.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll introduce Gary. Yeah. Gary's here. I mean, oh yeah, he was at the lunch. David introduces Gary. Yeah. Good. No, that's great. Yes, I feel very good. I think it's going to be good. No, I am losing it a little bit. What?
I mean, we're in the office with the holding
Thank you.
company, so there is a managing director who obviously is. Revenue-wise? 3 minutes. 3 minutes to the
Does this
video.
wire look
Video's
weird?
3 minutes.
Maybe, I know what I. It's sort of sticking out of my chest. You are? Okay. I thought we were just having a conversation. But okay. No, I don't want to interview you. I mean, I'd love to. So I'll let you get started. I'll bring you on stage and I'll introduce you. Yeah. But then you get started with the session. Yeah. Okay. The way I'm just going to say Andrew Keene, then they play music. You come up, then I'll mention your book. I'll introduce you. Say.
You might mention that the new book is which also includes tourism.
That's great.
Yeah.
No,
Steffi
she
couldn't
can't.
be here.
Okay. Okay. I may not mention all 5 books, but no, I want to mention the others.
Yes, exactly. It is the point.
Oh, I'm going to go around to the other side. I want to come in the other side. Okay, what?
There's no crossover, and I'm not going to set you loose in the wild out there. So
Okay.
as soon as the video starts, we're just going to zip right past.
I'll zip past there. Okay. Perfecto. That's good. As soon as the video. No, I did go back there once, but it's a little perilous. Yeah. No, it's not ideal.
But as soon as that video starts, she's
Yeah, it's
perfect time.
Yep. Do you have garbage back
good,
here?
right? It's it's definitely thinking differently.
Thank you. I'm not feeling perfect, but it's probably good because I could use to be a little subdued. I don't know if you know what I mean.
The idea is that they
But
try
it
to
actually
accelerate. Like
will
I bought
potentially
a
be an
small
asset.
media company called
I'm going to
CBS,
turn it into an asset anyway.
to Drew. Yeah.
But I'm going to sit until we start.
So they want us to accelerate growth, right? That's the goal.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
Why don't you open and then just give me turn to me for 1 second. I'll say 2 sentences and then you go back to all the housekeeping.
You know what I'm going to say?
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you?
The purpose of a corporation is to serve all of its stakeholders, its customers, its employees, its communities, and its shareholders. But it means taking care of all of your stakeholders, because in the very long run, you can't take care of your shareholders unless you've taken care of your customers, employees, and communities as well.
The young CEOs of today are afraid of going public.
I don't really think of WeWork as a tech company. It's a real estate arbitrage business. Not a bad business. Terrific innovation, been great for the startup economy because it's easy for people to get space.
While millions of Face App users wonder, what do I look like decades down the road?
Oh my gosh, there's just wrinkles everywhere. In places I didn't know you get wrinkles.
Lawmakers are now wondering, what is this Russian-based company doing with all your photos?
Jack Dorsey announcing today that Twitter will no longer accept political ads in advance of the 2020 election. Dorsey tweeting this: "We've made the decision to stop all political advertising on Twitter globally. We believe political message reach should be earned, not bought." That is in stark contrast to Facebook's hands-off policy of not fact-checking political ads.
So you won't take down lies, or you will take down lies? I think it's just a pretty simple yes or no.
Congresswoman,
I'm not talking about spin. I'm talking about actual
yes, in most cases,
disinformation.
in a democracy,
Okay.
I believe that people should be able to see for themselves what politicians that they may or may not vote for
So
are
you
saying,
won't
and
take
judge
them
their
down.
character for themselves.
So you won't take, you may flag that it's wrong, but you won't take it down.
Congresswoman, it depends on the context that it shows up. Organic post ads, the treatment is.
Boeing announced today that it will pledge up to $100 million to families and communities affected by the 2 crashes involving its 737 MAX planes. The accidents were found to share similar software problems. Boeing is now trying to solve these technical and engineering issues.
Reuters is out with a piece saying that Alphabet, the owner of Google, has made an offer to acquire Fitbit as it, quote, eyes a slice of the crowded market for fitness trackers and smartwatches. They're citing people familiar with the matter.
Warren, back here in the United States, one of the big problems is trying to figure out how to pay for health care and stop some of the costs. That's a problem you've been focused on at Berkshire, along with JP Morgan and Amazon. What have you found? We haven't gotten any updates recently other than the name of this new organization is going to be Haven. Where are you on that process?
Well, we are taking the first step on what is bound to be a very long journey. I mean, I would say it's not more difficult than I expected, but I expected it to be ungodly difficult.
In Squamish, British Columbia, there's a company that wants to stop climate change by sucking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
One of our plants does the work of 40 million trees.
We have the lowest capital cost and energy cost of any of the CO2 capture from atmosphere solutions.
We have such a huge problem with CO2 already in the atmosphere that if we have a mechanism to collect it at large scale, it will give us so much more flexibility in addressing climate change, and we'll start to address all of those emissions that occurred yesterday, the day before, all the way back into the industrial age.
Techonomy CEO Josh Campbell.
Well, hopefully that wasn't too depressing of a way to start the event.
It was depressing.
But I really wanted to highlight all the interesting year we've had, right? So when we think about our theme this year, Reset and Restore, you know, I think that really highlights that as people, as humans, as executives, as businesses, we could really take a pause, reset, and really restore the mission of doing better for the world. So hopefully at least I ended on the carbon one. David's written about carbon and emissions in our new magazine. So really, again, just wanted to show you the year we've had. Has any of you used the Face app? And any of you do the I see a couple hands. I thought I looked okay.
I love that image.
That was a good one. But really, again, you know, we're seeing, you know, we continue to talk about the unintended consequences of tech and business, and I think that's what we're hoping to do over the next 3 days. David will talk a little about the program in a second, but you know, really want to do some basic housekeeping. Welcome all of you. Really want to thank all of our sponsors. These are the companies that really help support our mission and make, you know, things like this event possible. Accenture, Ericsson, Johnson & Johnson, IBM, Micron, Nestle Waters. So everyone got, hopefully when they checked in, their Nestle Waters reusable bottle. There's bubblers all the way around the facility. Please, we encourage you to use that reusable bottle. And our agency partner, W2O Group. So thanks to all of our partners. I always wait to the end to thank our team, and everyone really wants to get out of here on Tuesday afternoon. So really want to thank, you know, the core Techonomy team. You'll see them all around here. Kirsten Cluthy, who's probably over here somewhere or in the corners, our program director. Steve Gray, our head of content, Kendall Wyckoff, partnerships coordinator, Drew Ianni, who's running our CDX brand, and Caitlin Hamilton, our director of executive relations. I encourage you, if you have any questions, obviously grab any of them, any of us. We're identified by, we have yellow lanyards. So the colors you'll see around the room aren't completely random. The yellow ones are the Techonomy team. So if you have any questions, any issues, please grab one of us or check in at registration. You probably saw our magazine. As many of you know, this picture happened here the day after the election in 2016. So,
3 years ago.
how many years? 3 years.
3 years ago.
And we'll talk a little about next year, 2020. We'll be back on this property the week after the 2020 presidential election. So it should be interesting, 4 years later. So grab our magazine. Stay active on social, please. It'll be on the slides, but our handle is Techonomy, hashtag Techonomy19. Live stream, encourage anyone who couldn't make it. Live stream is on our homepage, techonomy.com. If you haven't signed up for mobile alerts, that's how we'll be updating a lot of people here on any changes to the program. Techonomy.com/mobile. You can sign up for your mobile alerts, but while you have your phone out, please silence it so we don't have any interruptions over the next couple days. Wi-Fi, important part. There are tags around here, but the Wi-Fi network, Techonomy19, password Techonomy 2019, lowercase t. Next year, 2020, we'll come back Half Moon Bay, November 8th through 10th. Mid-year, we'll be back in New York with a 2-day event, 1 day focused on health and well-being, the second day focused more on business and society. That'll be May 19th and 20th. Let's see, anything else on housekeeping? But really, this wouldn't be possible without the support of this community. Many of you have come to our events in the past. Really, we do think of it as a community. We encourage you to reach out to us, to write for us, to really participate as much as possible. So I'm going to give it to David, talk a little about the program, and then we'll bring up Andrew. So thanks again.
Thank you, Josh. And it is wonderful for me as the editorial person and the host of a lot of the discussions to have a business partner who he put that video together with no input from anybody else in the company. He's as concerned about this stuff as we are and as on top of it. And I think the point of the video, however overheated Greta Thunberg might have seemed there, is these are serious, serious times. I think we've always felt that, but it's impossible not to feel it more now than before. And we think we've put together a set of programs that really will help you understand that, help you understand how to react to it, help you understand how to think about it, and possibly make it a little less grave. But rather than have me say much more now, we kind of ended up with this opening session that will really be, in a sense, an introductory discussion. And in order to do that, Andrew Keene is going to join me on stage. So Andrew, please come on. Thank you. Andrew is an author, pundit, media expert. He's currently about to publish his 5th book. I'll read their titles in reverse order. His most recent book was called How to Fix the Future. Then he wrote a book prior to that called The Internet is Not the Answer. And then his first one, right around the time when he and I first became acquainted, was called Digital Vertigo. You can see there's a little theme there. First book was called Cult of the Amateur, a little more neutral feeling. And he has a book coming out in the beginning of next year called Tomorrows versus Yesterdays.
Which you're included in.
Well, yeah, that's sort of related to why we're up here together. Why don't you explain what we're doing here, Andrew?
So I'm actually interviewing David, so because I don't have very much to say, but David does. So
it was his idea, but I
said to him, these events, which are always excellent, David's always the one asking the questions, but also someone should be asking him some interesting questions. So we're going to spend the next few minutes asking David some hard questions, or as hard as I can think of. And he said to me before that I have license to behave as badly as I
didn't call it badly. I said, be your typical acerbic British intellectual self.
So that's official then. So I can be as badly behaved as I want. So let's start off, David, then with an easy question. Is the divorce at least between you and Techonomy and the tech community? Is it official? Are you officially out of love with tech? Should we rename Techonomy anti-Techonomy?
We're absolutely not divorced from tech, not in any way whatsoever. We love tech. We are still believers that technology is a tool to advance society. But I think we are reflecting the zeitgeist in our program when we have so many elements that will touch on what has gone wrong and what needs to be done differently. Unfortunately, the answers are very hard to find because the scale of the challenge is so vast and the pace at which society is going through tumultuous and often negative changes is so rapid. But we still love tech, and I still actually, believe it or not, and this will probably come up in our discussion, I still think Facebook has a lot of positives to offer the world. And I think
well, you almost sound surprised to say that.
Pardon me?
I mean, why is that news?
Well, it's news.
Why are you saying that?
Well, if you don't think it's surprising, I'm happy to consider it, nondescript. It's because,
but the
because
fact that
obviously, because it's so easy to pile onto them, and everybody's piling onto them,
right,
including me. I mean, a year ago, was it a year ago that we gave that magazine out that had the article about Myanmar, and it was called Facing Facebook's Failure, and I enumerated a disturbingly long list of things that have gone wrong in countries all over the world because of Facebook's failures of governance. So clearly, we're in a weird moment. Things are going wrong, but we also, there's many things about digital culture and a digital society that are indispensable and necessary if we're going to keep coping.
So reset and restore. What are we resetting? Or what do you want to reset?
Well, the idea is Silicon Valley, the American tech industry, technology generally on a global scale has proceeded a little too blithely, I'd say, or too heedlessly. And that's not just our view. We need to re-inject more humanity into the process of innovation, entrepreneurship, technology development, and it needs to be a core part of every company's DNA from the beginning as much as possible. And the companies that fail in that regard are going to fail, certainly society, and in many cases fail themselves. So that's what we mean by that.
And when you include the word restore in the title of this event, are you suggesting that humanity was once there, that we're going back to some idyllic moment in the history of tech where people really cared?
Thank you for that very thoughtful comment. But no, actually, it's really just a clever phrase that we came up with because it had a kind of computer reference to it. And if you look in the first page of the magazine where, it's like something that's working on your screen. Restore something better. I mean, no, I don't think it was ever tremendously better than it is today. I think we can't even compare today to the past because the landscape is so fundamentally different. No, do I think the technology industry had a more benign influence on society when it was just, Intel building processors and Microsoft building operating systems and, IBM doing enterprise computing? No. That was yes, I think that was probably a fine time. You can't have talked about it in the same way in those days. It was also vastly smaller in its impact on all of our lives at that time. So I don't think it really is relevant to think about the past, and I don't think we're coming back to some imagined blissful future past. I think we're trying to build something out of tools that are new that has never existed.
So what can't be fixed by tech? What are the issues that you think technology is irrelevant for?
Well, there's a lot, even on this stage last year, Paul Doherty from Accenture and others were talking about this whole idea of man plus machine, human plus machine, people plus machine, woman plus machine. This is the world we have to go toward. People have a sensibility that is never going to be replicated by AI or any smart machine. Empathy, compassion, love, concern for others. Computers are not going to have that. They're not going to have that in any fundamental way that we would recognize. They might turn out to be more benign than many of them seem to be today, but humanity is a unique quality that computing doesn't, really replicate, and that's a pretty basic statement.
I mean, perhaps algorithms can't be good, but they can't be evil either. Is that fair?
Yeah, sure.
So,
I mean, I think they can be wrong, they can be poorly coded, they can be poorly tested and based on incorrect information, but no, they're not evil. Technology is neutral, it's just a matter of how it's used. Unfortunately, it's used in many instances today in ways that are harmful.
Very briefly, David, you and I did this great conversation about Facebook in which I asked you what the problem was, and maybe you can deny it if I get it wrong, but basically you said the problem was greed, that the people running Facebook, two people in particular, were sort of consummated or intoxicated with greed. Is that really the problem with Silicon Valley, that people are just
I'm not sure I use the word greed so much as wealth, but
well, it's the same thing.
I think, well,
I mean,
it's close.
An appetite for money.
And
right?
look, Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg are astonishingly wealthy, but Wall Street is goading them at every moment to stay on track, to keep building wealth, to keep building market cap. And it's very hard to extract these companies that have gone on a kind of, built some momentum doing a set of activities that we can so easily identify as harmful, but that the investment community is just like totally dependent on their continued success. I mean, and I was even debating someone who may be in the room now just yesterday who was strongly arguing that basically algorithmic advertising has to be banned, et cetera. And you'll hear that argument on the stage. Or then similar argument, break them up, you know, the Elizabeth Warren argument. But that is going to be very hard when the pension funds, the retirement savings of so many millions of people are involved. This is where it gets really gnarly. It's not like Facebook's just a $500 billion company in an abstract sense. That is the wealth of people. And it's very challenging to figure out how do you reset that structure and not harm a lot of innocent bystanders. And maybe in this case, we will harm a lot of innocent bystanders, and that may be the cost in order to remedy some of these social disastrous social consequences that are impairing democracy, et cetera. I mean, one of your projects is how to save democracy.
Right.
That's one of your themes.
Before we get to the fix, you know, I asked you the question about Facebook, and you said, well, they're being goaded by Wall Street. But what I don't understand is people who are worth several $1 billion, who couldn't spend it even if they wanted to in 100 years, why are they so obsessed with more money? Well, why do they care?
I'm not sure that they're obsessed with more money exactly, but I think
explain. I mean,
it's the ethos of growth. The ethos of growth, the necessity to grow once you go public, is inexorable. There is really no escaping from it. If you don't grow, you're punished. And then you combine that with the compensation methodology that these companies have become dependent on, where they give their employees stock options, and one of the reasons they stay is in hopes that their options will grow in value, which means the stock has to go up. These things all get intertwined in such a way that is, in the case of certain companies, extremely toxic.
But why do these? I still don't understand why these people care. They have nothing to lose.
No,
but let me just, they created an IPO market where they changed the rules for everything. Why can't they change the rules on this?
You know, Tristan Harris, who's going to be here on stage tomorrow,
who's very good,
often says he thinks it's possible, or I guess Roger McNamee, who was on this stage last year, who's very close to Tristan, they say things like, you know, Mark Zuckerberg could wake up one morning, this is actually a Roger point, I think, could wake up one morning and say, you know what, I've got to do it differently. That could happen. I don't think it's highly likely, unfortunately. And I think the key thing, if you're looking at Zuckerberg in particular, that it makes it so complicated, is that he really is a true believer in the social positive impact of his product. And he really does think the world is being made better, and that we're essentially focusing on relatively inconsequential minor side effects of a much bigger story that is not understood by most of us. And that's his core belief, I think. And so he thinks we're essentially mistaken to focus on the decline of democracy, the rise of autocrats, the failure to rein in hate speech, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, much as he agrees that he would like to see those things not be happening, he doesn't think they're nearly as important as we do.
So we've got 9 minutes left. We've got three questions, 3 minutes a question, easy questions again.
But we might get a little audience.
Well, a little bit. Oh, yeah, we have the audience as well. When it comes to reining in big tech. Very briefly, in your opinion, and you always ask these questions, what should the role of government be? Are you in favor of a more aggressive regulatory regime? Are the Europeans doing it right, or are the Americans doing it right in the sense that they're mostly avoiding all these regulatory issues?
Well, there is no choice but for government to get much, much more deeply engaged with oversight of the technology sector, the global digital economy. Governments have been left behind too often. I think they are catching up. A number of people on the stage will say they see signs that we are catching up, what the EU has done, California privacy law. There's definitely signs of progress, but it is amazing to me, and possibly the most disturbing thing I can think of, aside from global warming, that we have allowed the largest aggregation of humans in history for any purpose to emerge with no rules. I mean, Facebook has 2.67 billion people together. They can do whatever they want. No, governments can do little, point solution regulation here and there, but basically they're deciding what's acceptable in speech. They're deciding what's acceptable in many ways in behavior. That is insane. It's idiotic. It doesn't make any sense, but it's easy to understand why it happened because it was so rapid. I mean, I chronicled part of how rapid it was, and that was 9 years ago. But it's just fundamentally wrong that we have allowed that to happen. And it's not just an American phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon, and the globe somehow has to do something about that. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. But I'm interviewing you.
Oh, but you're an opinionated fellow.
I have very, very mild opinions. On democracy, David, again, you and I have talked about this. My new book focuses on the relationship between tech and democracy. What can technology, or what should technology do to help fix democracy? Or is the problem, the crisis of democracy, so bound up in technology that we should just put down our iPhones?
I think the question that's really worth asking, and it's worth asking of the leaders of especially some of the largest companies, is why don't they want to try to help fix democracy more actively? All they're trying to do is...
You mean your friends like Mark and Joe?
Among others, yes, because they're really operating more from a PR mindset, where they're trying to reduce their perception that they're bad. They have not stepped up with any kind of fundamental new technology to try to advance democracy, to try to help make things go better. And for example, tomorrow, when Catherine Maher of Wikimedia Foundation, who oversees Wikipedia, talks, this is what she's going to be saying. They have learned a lot of things at Wikipedia that could be applied in these other systems, but those leaders have chosen not to think in those terms because they've advanced the value, the morality, the ethic of growth and stock price appreciation and profit as a more prominent
we can't blame
value.
It's always easy to blame everything on Wall Street.
It is, but look, we're in a unique situation.
But let's take the example.
I think it really is analogous to climate change in many ways, by the way.
Well, we're going to get to climate change, but let's briefly again finish talking about democracy. Isn't one of the problems with democracy that this technological revolution we've all lived through has been amazing in giving us a platform to express ourselves in video, in audio, in text. And we're all doing it, and we continue to do it. And what it hasn't done is taught us how to listen, and that's really the core crisis in democracy. Yeah. Can technology help us listen, or is that something which, again, is a human issue outside technology?
All I can say is it's the right question to be asking. We need to think hard about that. I mean, we need technology that gets us offline. And there are plenty of people thinking in those terms. Most of the harms that we can identify from technology would be far less severe right now if people would lift their eyes up from their phones a little more often and talk to the people around them. And how we can make that happen, I think, is something that we should talk about here, and we should all be talking about as much as we possibly can.
And I hope if Trump gets reelected, you'll cancel next year's Techonomy, won't you? The end of the world, David, if he's re-elected. I mean, it's bad enough in the first place, but if he gets re-elected, especially through social media, which is, if he is re-elected, it will be through tech. He is the first true internet president, isn't he?
I don't think I want to say anything about it. I mean, I certainly, I think it's possible he could get reelected. He's a master of digital media, sadly, in a way. But it's not just Trump. I mean, I think Americans are so easily focused, and there are many non-Americans in the room, but it's so easy for Americans to get focused on what's happened here and to forget, and even in the connection with tech, you look at the Philippines.
Maria Ressa.
Well, yeah, Philippines, Brazil, Turkey, Hungary, Brexit, and Poland. There's tons of countries that are where political life is degrading in real time because dishonest people are expert at manipulating systems that don't have sufficient governance, and where the engineers who wrote them did not anticipate the harms that they could be used to cause. And that is a global problem, and it's going to get worse until the technologies change to some degree. And I do think regulation is the only near-term hope, but exactly how and where and by whom is a challenging.
And by the way, if you want to figure out how to fix democracy, I have a film coming out in February called How to Fix Democracy.
Do you want to show that short little clip?
No, we haven't got time. So finally, and this is I saved the really easy question until the end, David. I got my plastic water bottle to celebrate global warming. I was just in a debate in New York last week about capitalism, and someone asked a really good question about the problem with the global warming situation is it essentially caused by capitalism? I mean, sure, events like this will come up with all sorts of solutions, non-plastic water bottles, this and that. But is there a fundamental, final question, fundamental incompatibility between capitalism and saving the environment? Is the problem with our current environmental crisis that, and maybe it comes back to your Wall Street greed interests, is the problem essentially driven by the fact that we have the wrong economic system? At least from the point of view of the planet.
I hope not, because that system's not going anywhere. I think it's the right...
Although you will have people suggesting that it is going
It's the right question to ask. We've got to ask ourselves about that domain, what went wrong there, and how can we, with incredible speed, reposition ourselves for a radical set of interventions to remediate the harm that we're causing to our environment. And we're only beginning to have the urgency. And even though it's easy to make fun of Greta Thunberg, it's not hard to understand why she's so pissed off. And she's had an amazing influence as a result, and rightly so. I don't understand how we could get rid of capitalism. We're not going to get rid of capitalism soon enough, so it's not even worth really thinking about. We've got to work with the tools we've got. Capitalism is basically the tool we have to work with. Don't you think?
One question. I think we have time for one question from the
Okay, can we
audience.
get the little house lights up? Yeah, we're sort of moving quickly. Is there nobody wants to say
So you don't believe, there is someone
okay,
there.
There's somebody. There's
But you don't believe that...
Do we have Mike? Anybody with mics?
Let me just... So socialism, David, is a delusion, because there will be people here...
I'm not saying socialism is a delusion. I'm just saying the global economic system is overwhelmingly dominated by capitalism right now, even in China. And I just don't see that changing with anywhere near sufficient speed. I mean, if you really get into the details of climate, which we're going to talk about more on the stage this afternoon, it's already too late probably to keep the climate from going up 1.5 degrees over the baseline. We've got such an urgent emergency with climate that we can't think about change the economic system first. No, we got to act. We got to find moral and ethical and human basis for action that has nothing to do with economics.
Question about, but it's also possible this time next year that we will be welcoming a President Warren or a President Sanders who are indeed claiming at least to be reinventing the American economic system. But one question from this gentleman.
So,
say who you are, please.
John Corrigan, CEO of a company called Summit Sync. So hate speech, fascism, nationalism, all of these terrible things political ads were around before Facebook. And Facebook has given the amplification to those people who believe in those things and the ability to advance their causes. Why is it that we have a society have said, hey, Mark Zuckerberg, Sheryl Sandberg, we need you to fix these things. You're the inventor of the technology, you're the author of this, you've provided the platform to do this. But why have we pointed to them to do that when it should be us who should be going to the core of those issues? And maybe there's some things that they can definitely do on their technology platform, but those issues are going to exist with or without them. So we need to figure those things out at their core, not just at the technology that distributes them in massive ways to society. How do you guys think about that in terms of making that a larger issue that we as a collective could solve?
Yeah, we got to wrap. But my only response to that is that
great question.
It's not a great question. It's a Silicon Valley question.
I'm sorry. I think it's a good question.
I mean, basically.
Obviously, they have to act. We have to act. Society, governments have to act. I mean, unfortunately, we're all implicated.
Which means nothing's ever going to happen.
No, I don't think so at all. Look, Greta Thunberg's crying because she's so pissed off. You know, some people are taking urgent action, and many in this room are taking urgent action. So I'm not a pessimist, but basically we should be asking, why isn't everybody working harder to address these problems? And I think that's part of what we're here to talk about over these 2 days, but we do have to wrap. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Okay, now I go to the other mode of actually being the question asker. That was a little bit of an experiment, but I think we sort of touched on some of our themes. Okay, please, John Chambers and Soni Giandani, please join me on stage. I'm sitting here. Soni, hi.
Hey, David, how
John,
you doing?
thank you so much. We love having John. He's such a big supporter of Techonomy and a deep thinker and one of the most impactful people in the technology industry over many decades. I wanted to ask you a lot of questions about what you're doing and why you're up here with Soni. But Soni, you are a co-founder of a company called Pensando Systems. Just quickly tell us what it is. And I know you were at Cisco for many years. You've created this company with a few partners that you've worked with for many years inside Cisco and even before. Talk about what you're trying to do.
In a nutshell, Pensando is trying to democratize the cloud. If you look at a company like AWS that has been leading the public cloud markets through an acquisition of a company called Annapurna, they have utilized the technology to really power the infrastructure on which AWS has become such a competitive platform. Pensando, by innovating with our own technology, is catering to any and all customers, whether they are public cloud customers as well as enterprises, that want to build their cloud to leapfrog the incumbent, which is AWS. And we believe that we have the underlying platform and an architecture that allows our customers to build.
What will that leapfrog enable those customers to do that they couldn't do with AWS?
Well, it will allow them the ability to have metrics such as 900 times less latency. So as the cloud moves to the edge, how do you respond to 500 million IoT or 5G enabled and AI enabled workloads to have access to those cloud experiences as it goes closer to where the data resides, which is the edge, and the ability to deliver a performance which is 500% faster than what an AWS can afford to deliver today at about a third of the power profile. So this is a very, very advanced programmable processor-based technology as well as a software stack that allows them to bring all of those capabilities.
So it's a hardware-software combination, but it exists sort of at the core of the network and helps things happen on the edge, or does it actually exist in part on the edge also?
Well, you can deploy it all the way either to the edge, which is where your apps and your data today resides, and as the cloud experiences are becoming more and more enabled at the edge. At the same time, it would also be relevant within your data centers. So given all the attributes of this technology, it really helps you build a cloud platform where you wish to use, where you want to build a cloud platform.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Sure, we could go much further down that path, but so John, I know that you're very excited about this company, but and tell us why you wanted to appear together with Soni. We've had you on your own the last 2 years. I know you're a huge believer in startups and their potential to be the single biggest catalyst for growth and social progress.
So I think you nailed it also going back to your initial conversation. If you really think about the future of technology, and I'm a believer tech for good will win out eventually, But it will be the next generation of startups that will determine which way this goes. All job creation will come from startups or small companies getting bigger. The large companies will not add headcount here in the US, Europe, Asia over the next decade because of automation, artificial intelligence, a tremendous stream of digitization. And so really the future of our country depends upon how strong is their startup engine and also what culture does that startup engine bring. So my life now is focused on 3 issues. First is I really want to make a difference. Secondly, I really want to live life to its fullest. And third, I want to give back. And there's nothing more exciting than how do you do this as a startup engine and helping the startups to accelerate dramatically. And David, from the beginning, remember tech used to be for good. 90% of Americans felt tech was in their benefit. And it's only been the last 7 to 8 years that we kind of get sidetracked. I think next generation startups should have a different mentality toward profitability with social responsibility at the same time. And by the way, that also is the best answer for capitalism. You know, in Cisco won every corporate social responsibility award there was to win, and we returned, what, 156,000% if you invested $1,000 in Cisco stock when we went public, and we made 10,000 millionaires. So I think you can do the two combined, and I think the next generation of startups will have a huge influence on how does that win out.
So why are you excited about Pensando in particular? And you're serving as chairman of the board of this company.
Absolutely.
Which is more than you're doing with a lot of your other investments, clearly.
Well, very simple. When you compete in this world, people get confused competing against a competitor. You never compete against a competitor. If you do that, you're looking to the past. You get the next business model transition, you get the next technology transition. Clearly, everything's going to move to the edge. The next generation of cloud will move to the edge, compute will, storage will, security will, 5G will drive that very, very fast, 500 billion devices connected to the internet. And if a company can be there on the edge that enables innovation at a faster pace to give options instead of being locked into an AWS, and Jeff's done an amazing job, I'm not being critical, but it's a monopoly. And they control this thing so strongly that even the strong players, a Microsoft or an IBM or Oracle cannot. What Pensando is able to do is they give choice at the edge. And all of a sudden you have large companies doing what we talked last year on stage, partnering with startups in an ecosystem to give them innovation and growth. And so all of a sudden you have major players like Oracle betting a large part of the architectural future on Pensando. Companies like HPE, where we just talked at their leadership forum and their sales conference, talking about how do they reinvent and bring innovation back to HPE underneath Antonio Neri's approach. How do you have Goldman Sachs, which often leads technology in the next generation doing this, and Equinix doing this? In the storage moving to the edge, you have a NetApp suddenly saying, how do you do this? You will see a series of other startups occurring very rapidly, looking at how you work with these large companies in a different way. So I think Pensando will be the role model. We'll see if it works as well as we think. But you can't take on a big giant as a startup. They can roll over in their sleep and crush you. You've got to do it as an ecosystem, and you've got to do it. Sony went through the numbers. 500% to 900% either more throughput or less latency in terms of the effectiveness at a third of the power cost. And then you enable all these other players to go after the giant. And David, if there's one thing I know how to take on the giants.
Okay, good. Sony, when you talk about everything moving to the edge, and John mentioned that too, how much is that the reality because of the emergence of 5G? And in other words, how fundamentally different of a digital societal architecture are we headed toward? And how much is that why you have an opportunity?
5G is clearly one of the enablers. But I think if you combine that with AI and IoT and all the other technologies that are happening at the same time, which are driving a lot of the data and the applications to move to the edge, it's the perfect storm which gets created. It's the ability, the underlying infrastructure, which is the 5G as one of the enablers. It is the immersive experiences and the IoT types of transactions, which are billions of devices that are coming online. And combine that with AI and all the other processing that needs to occur at the edge. All of these are elements that are contributing to that.
But why do we need processing at the edge?
Well, you need processing at the edge because rather than taking all of those devices and all of that data and bringing it back and overhauling it back into your data centers, which and you cannot solve for the speed of light, you're constrained by that. You want to have the ability to drive that processing as close to where the data needs to be delivered with this influx of technology enablements that are occurring one after the other, and creating that situation where the edge is eventually where the intelligence and the processing capabilities have to reside.
One last question, I want to go back to you, John, but what's the hardest thing technically that you've encountered in making that happen? Is it the security piece?
Well, security has to be baked into the architecture day one. It cannot be an afterthought anymore. And especially as all of this is moving to the cloud. So security has to be there day one. What has been key to solving the complexity is the programmability at the data plane layer. Because the data plane is where all the action is occurring. And while we have built 4 ASICs in the past with programmability.
That's application-specific integrated
circuitry. It is the combination of the processing capability with high speed of memory and making everything programmable in a device and in an architecture that has the ability to deal with storage, has the ability to deal with networking, security has to be baked in, and the ability to deal with a lot of different workloads and applications that need to be enabled with this processing capabilities.
You know, John, it's funny. I remember when you were at Cisco and you were kind of pivoting towards putting IoT as a really high priority. Yes. I met with you with a few other journalists at Davos, and you were saying, there's going to be 50 billion endpoints, right? And now you're saying 500 billion endpoints. But talk to us from your point of view. What kind of a world will that enable? And maybe you could even tie it to this climate issue, which we're trying to touch on as much as we can here. Is it going to give society some fundamental new capabilities that we currently lack?
I think it will change every aspect of our lives and every business model. In simple terms, over 75% of all compute, storage, transactions, apps, security will occur at the edge. You'll see, I'm a West Virginian by background, all mining will be done virtually at the edge and capabilities with no humans, literally in the mine sites. And so it will change every business model. Doesn't matter if you're finance, doesn't matter if you're manufacturing, doesn't matter if you're government, et cetera, in a unique way. What Sony and team, and just to give you a little bit of background, some of you may be aware of this, their team is known as MPLS, Mario, Prim, Luca, and Sony. Together, we've built 8 #1 products over 25 years of working together, always with 40 to 70% market share. And contrary to what we might have discussed 2 years ago at this conference, it's a software world only. The top software companies are realizing it's going to be a software world on top of world-class hardware. But world-class hardware will be programmable silicon. If you can't do this and you don't understand compute, if you don't understand storage, if you don't understand the internet, if you don't understand security, the hard part is how do you do that uniquely together, and how do you get your software teams and your custom ASICs team working together? Why is this company able to be in stealth mode for 2.5 years and announce with $238 million of funding behind it, aligning with the top players in the industry? It speaks that innovation in the large existing companies will come from startups and a unique ecosystem of partnering. So that's what this team has done well, and I'm kind of pretty excited about it in terms of their future.
Well, you know, so much of Silicon Valley has been obsessed with consumer tech and even specifically apps. That's sort of been the obsession for a decade, really.
Yeah.
So, Sony, when you started working on this, maybe even before John got involved, or you probably were talking to him all along, but did you encounter, and are you still encountering, a bias against hardware in the investment community and in Silicon Valley?
Well, I think Google has proven that as the new age applications are coming into play, while everything has to be software defined, as John said, you need an underlying platform that is going to power those applications. And when you build underlying silicon with programmability, bringing it to life are your customers. And that's where we partnered with customers in every segment. We pick leaders in their respective segments.
And you have some very powerful partners.
Very powerful customers, including the likes of Goldman Sachs, that took this product into production already as they were building out a highly secure private cloud and getting ready for the hybrid cloud world in a multi-cloud environment. We had NetApp in the same situation, where their entire mid-range all-flash software-defined storage platform ships default out of factory with our products embedded within that portfolio. And that was a 2-year partnership, deep partnership. And the same is the case with the likes of Oracle. As they're building out their cloud, they want to power the entire cloud infrastructure with Pensando as they want to continue to grow their platform as a service offering and make their customers that are on-prem move their properties onto their cloud. So it's a whole range of customers, whether these are leading-edge software companies, whether they are platform companies, or whether they are financial services companies.
I'm sure there's many people in the audience and watching the live stream, like, for example, my wife, hi, Elena, who wondered what it really means. What does processing at the edge really mean, and how does it connect to what John was saying, that, like, mines won't have any people in them? I mean, is it concretely the ability to do all this very sophisticated work at the edge that will enable us to get rid of those dangerous jobs in the mines, for example? Is that the answer?
That is exactly correct. I mean, if you think about the rate at which this whole industry is moving towards automation, you want to have the ability for as much of this technology to be automated. And the examples that John said, or even when you listen closely to what Gartner has been predicting, which is by 2023, 75% of all applications of the enterprise will move to the edge. So that implies that if that level of application is going to be moving to the edge, you do need the processing capabilities and the ability to build out the cloud experiences at the edge.
But David, the important takeaway here is not to let us find ourselves in an undesirable position 5 to 10 years from now. The technology that we're talking about, digitization, artificial intelligence, is going to destroy 20 to 40% of the jobs as we know them today. 20 to 40%. Large companies are not going to add headcount. If that's the case, you have to probably triple or quadruple the number of startups, new jobs being created out of this, and yet we are the only major country in the world, quote, the American Silicon Valley mentality, that doesn't have a national program for startups. France, which we've talked about before. France, when we said France would be the startup nation in Europe, and I remember a lot of skeptics in the room when you and I debated that, they are not only the startup nation for Europe, they are up 5x in terms of venture capital-backed startups in 4 years. And now they're talking about, Bloomberg is saying they will be the economic engine of Europe.
But you're saying that specifically because government got more involved?
Absolutely, but they got involved in combination with partnerships toward a common goal. Macron is as good as you see. He takes risks. He's fearless in going after it, a digital France. And you could say, well, France is the exception. Go to India.
Well, talk about China, too, because isn't there a pretty big contrast between what's happening there and us?
There is, dramatically, and break your question into 2 pieces. If I were betting on one country in Asia right now, I'd bet on India. And remember, I bet on China in a big way in 93, 95 at a time that no one else did on business. And it worked out very well for me. But what you're seeing is China is moving to a win-lose mentality, and it's win at Chinese nationalism perspective, lose for America. And so even though I'm a person that's hard-pressed to say which party I want to represent now, Trump was right in taking on China. If you look at India, think about the government lead. Modi in India outlines a digital India is his primary plank for India's future. He's talking about growing his income of every citizen in India by 7 to 10% a year. He's talking about how do you generate 1.2 million jobs a month. He builds around technology, government, and business working together. That goes back to the question you had earlier. I think, David, we're becoming too short-term focused. What are we trying to solve versus Facebook's missteps? And boy, they did misstep. As opposed to where's this economy going to go? What role will the startups play in that? And are these new generation of startups going to be those that believe in tech is for good, tremendous capital returns, but also good for society, sharing the success with the employees, which we believe firmly in, and thinking about the implications of how you change the world.
So here's a quick question, easy, haha. I don't know how much you listened to my conversation with Andrew, but
yeah, it was a good one.
Do you think that maybe we're focusing on the wrong thing, thinking about fixing the companies that exist now, and we should focus instead on creating new companies and institutions that will allow us to do things fundamentally different and just let these old ones wither on the vine?
Well, with the last sentence excluded, I think the future of technology 10 to 15 years from now will be how the next generation of startups drive it. Remember, during the 80s and 90s, it was clear that the creativity was coming from technology companies that work with business. In 2000 CES, I said the future will be about how technology companies work with the consumer. It's a 2-decade run. We're at the end of those 2 decades. You're now starting to see the creative technology. It doesn't matter whether it's security, it doesn't matter if it's how you cure a cancer, et cetera, often be business to business again. So I think we're about to see a full 360 evolution. So I would like to see more of our energies focused about how technology and the next generation of startups come in with the right mentality. How you make profit. Sony, how much money we will make 4 years from now?
We'll be breaking even in 3 years from now, and we'll be generating 100 million of cash flow in 4 years.
Free cash flow and 100 million of profits. How many other startups are thinking that way?
Just like we
Back
were.
to the basics. Back to the basics. Yeah. Back to the future. You and I have seen the movie.
Let's get the audience in here. We've got little time. I want to hear if anybody has a comment, a question about anything.
The fun part, David, I haven't changed. The way I love doing this.
But did somebody get their hand up, or are you just going out in the audience preemptively?
Oh. All right. So the first question sets the whole tone for how the Q&A session goes.
He's like better than Phil Donahue.
No pressure on you at all.
But John, okay.
This is the last question of the day.
Not at all.
My question is about a sector called healthcare. And
Yes.
I was thinking about how edge computing plays into the sector and your thoughts on healthcare in general.
Gotcha. I think every industry...
Mike. Oh, you've got it, Mike.
I've got one. Every industry is going to use this movement to the edge as changing their game. And it isn't going to be where the finance industry moves first, and then retail second, and manufacturing third, and healthcare and mining are all of this at the end. You're going to see healthcare move with tremendous speed. You're going to be able to both track an individual's data points, but also respond to it at the edge. And my view has been you always follow where VC money is going to go if you want to know where the future is. And so guess what? VC money is going into healthcare in a big way for the first time in probably 15 years, David.
Yeah.
Next question.
But wait. Okay, maybe one more. We're really out of time. Can somebody ask a quick one? Does somebody have a quick one? Okay, the orange shirt was the first hand I saw.
Gotcha. He's got the mic going.
Okay.
Sony, this is your question.
Wait, I want to ask Sony, does John always run into the audience at every public event?
This is yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Okay.
We've worked together, we've announced.
This is the third year in a row he's done it at Techonomy, but we love it. It was a great photo opportunity. Go ahead.
This is Vaibhav Parikh from Nishad Desai Associates. A quick question. We discussed about climate change and the technologies for climate change coming up versus a lot of new technologies which goes to the consumers either on health side, on convenience side, etc. The question really is that new startup which will come up, which will take on the existing guys and others, how much they are focusing on climate change, how much they will be focusing on some of the key issues which we have been talking about in trying to reduce the negative effects of tech, and will that get funded?
Good question.
All right, we're going to split it into 2 parts. You take the first part, I'll take the second, or I'll take the first part and talk about the big thing, then you say how you're going to do this at the edge. Prime Minister Modi, when he outlined the digital India, he basically said, John, I want to talk about GDP growth. I want to talk about 1.2 million jobs per month. I want to talk about becoming a startup nation. I want to inclusive across 29 different states, not just 9 states where 90% of the venture capital goes into. I want smart cities. But he said, this technology should be able to solve the environmental issues. And he was right. You can basically look at technology and being able to save probably 40% of the water that they use in India. You can basically look at this and how you control the regulation in terms of not doing the carbon generation that Europe, the US, and China did when they do the economic growth. And this needs to be done not at a central site. It has to be done at the edge. So how do we do that, Sony, in terms of how we think about it?
In our case, when we designed this architecture, we knew that if we had to have the ability to process 500 million transactions at the edge, we would not have to draw thousands of watts of power. The best example I would like to cite is a hyperscale customer. When they looked at our technology, they said, what will take me about tens and thousands of servers to do, you would have the ability to do it in half a rack. In a half a rack, you will be able to process 500 million connections and secure those connections.
So that's a massive energy saving.
Massive energy savings.
And 20 to 40% of the servers that go into data centers today, so it's an economic saving.
Wow, okay.
But perhaps the most exciting part of what they're doing, this would democratize The cloud, as it moves to the edge, it gives everybody a choice of where you want to put your information, which allows everybody to be innovative on this as opposed to controlled by one player.
Well, thank you both so much for joining us, and that's a great integration of many of our themes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sony. Thank you, John. Always great to have you. Okay, so I'm going to introduce somebody who's going to come up in a second. Amy Wilkinson is a lecturer at Stanford Graduate School of Business and the author of The Creator's Code, The 6 Essential Skills of Extraordinary Entrepreneurs. So, Amy Wilkinson.
I am here to tell you that the next wave of entrepreneurial leadership is actually being a creator inside a corporation. I'm not sure. There we go. So I spent 5 years at Harvard interviewing 200 top entrepreneurs that had started and scaled businesses to 100 million in revenue. That is the Creator's Code that David mentioned. At Stanford, what I'm seeing is that right now there's a new entrepreneurial frontier, and I believe that a girl and a guy, or a diverse workforce on top of a legacy platform, beats 2 guys in a garage, the classic Silicon Valley entrepreneurship model. And we're seeing this in the data, we're seeing it in the research, and we're certainly seeing it in the Stanford MBA population in terms of interest in large-scale companies. The skill set has got to be similar, and so this is what we're teaching about how to be entrepreneurial at scale. I'm going to give you 2 of 6 skills. This is somehow not advancing. Okay, this is skill number 2. So this is the idea that if you want to move fast, and we know that the economy is moving really fast, you have to drive for daylight. So you always have to be looking for the light on the horizon. People inside of large companies need to be doing this even faster. So there are reports that 40% of the S&P 500 won't exist in 2025. That these legacy businesses, if you can get in there and really be entrepreneurial, are going to win. If you can't, they're going to die. So what you want to be doing is looking always towards what's coming up in the future. And I'll give an example of Walmart. I've just written a case for Stanford on Walmart. I'm sure most of you know they're pivoting into the healthcare business. And it's an interesting example because they have stores within 90% of the US population within 10 miles. They serve 70% of the US population within 5 miles. They have heavy assets. And what they're finding is, as retail is going online, and they're competing obviously against Amazon, that they are going to use that asset base to serve the customer, the Walmart customer, and what they're doing is setting up more healthcare. So that's a major entrepreneurial move for the world's largest company. It's Chinese military as the first employer in the world, US military as the second employer, and Walmart as the 3rd largest employer worldwide. So they are looking ahead and saying, our customer makes approximately $75,000 in annual income. They serve lots of rural locations. What does the customer need? It needs access to healthcare and is very worried about cost of healthcare. Inside of Walmart right now, they run a $40 billion business that's just pharmaceutical and contact lens kinds of products. They are now expanding to do dentistry, primary care, women's care. They're going to have MRI machines that go around on wheels to different locations. They're actually going to pivot and make that the future of how they repurpose floor space. So they are very much driving for daylight. And if you want to be doing this, what you do is always look forward, not lines on the pavement, not competitors or traditional benchmarking, and certainly not rear view mirror, right? And so that's the analogy of how you are looking at scale and moving as fast as startups can. A second skill is number 5 in this 6 skills lineup. It's how do you network brain power? How do you actually tap into a diverse workforce? There are online ways to do it, there are offline ways to do it, and arguably, large companies have an advantage here. They have more people, they have more diverse points of view. And this is the idea that you want a convergent thinker with a divergent thinker. You want an introvert with an extrovert. You certainly want an anthropologist teamed up with a computer scientist. You want all these different kinds of brain power that you can harness in order to solve problems in new ways. Okay. Okay, this is obviously teams, and we see lots of these different formations. There's research that shows diversity in problem solving goes up, and here's this counterintuitive finding. If you try to solve a problem just yourself, you tend to get it right 44% of the time. If you get other like-minded people or people who are trained similar to how you're trained, the solve rate for complex problems goes up to 54%. If you bring in an outsider, someone who is very diverse or from a different background, the solve rate goes up to 75%. And what most people think about this is that the outsider brings the nugget of knowledge. The outsider is the person who somehow cracks the problem. What the research shows is that's not the case. It's that every single person pays more attention. Every single person in the room speaks up. When you feel challenged, you actually do your homework, you sit a little taller, and you articulate to put forward what a solution would be. The easiest way to think about this is if you are with all Democrats and then you have a Republican come in, maybe that person brings the nugget of knowledge to solve a problem, but what it does is it makes everyone a little uncomfortable, a different point of view. Or the same way, if you're with all Republicans and in comes a Democrat, the research is showing that it isn't necessarily the outsider that cracks the problem. It's the fact that there's tension, you're uncomfortable, you have debates, you see business as a form of debate if you are willing to have diverse people around you to solve problems in these ways. So the bottom line here is that the pain is worth the gain. People report that it's uneasy, they have conflict, they think they're less efficient. In fact, the solve rates almost double when you get diverse people together. So with that, large companies, again, have more people. They can tap into larger resources and have an advantage in a more entrepreneurial world. So I'll give one last study that I think is pretty interesting. And it's that in to-go thinking, if you are in fact driving for daylight and solving problems, what you do is focus on what's in front of you, right? What's to go. If you instead think, like much of business does, to date, how much ground have I already covered, you cognitively slow down. You lose motivation, you lose concentration. If you instead focus on what's ahead, you're 2 to 3 times more likely to get there. And this is shown with creating businesses. It's shown with sports. It's shown with academics. And so the easiest thing here to think about is if you're running a marathon and you're in mile 20, if you think, to date, the ground I've already covered means my feet are aching, my lungs are burning, I've already run 20 miles, you slow down. If you instead think I have 6 miles to go, you're 2 to 3 times more likely to complete that marathon, and you're 2 to 3 times more likely to have a better, faster trajectory. So it's very available for all of us to be thinking, okay, what's ahead? How do I pivot these businesses ahead, especially large-scale businesses? And the frontier, I'm trained originally as a sociologist. I also have an MBA. I'm interested in the people behind high growth and explosive growth. And really, as the frontier that we're seeing inside of Stanford, there's a desire by millennials or by our students to be having more scale and more influence. And so this is an advantage in recruiting the next generation of leaders who actually want to go to companies like Facebook, they want to go to Google, they want to go to large-scale legacy, to some degree, businesses, because the advantage there of all the data that's available, the reach, the distribution channel, and all of that means that if you want to change the world, a lot of the next generation is saying, I want to change the world by being an entrepreneur at scale. So there we go.
So I want to ask you one or two things. So talk a little bit about the research you did. So we don't have tons of time. I might have even sit down, but we'll sit down. You've done some amazingly thorough debriefing of business leaders. Just talk a little bit about some of that.
Yeah, so I interviewed these 200 entrepreneurial leaders and had a very rigorous methodology behind it. There were 10,000 pages of interview transcripts behind less than a 300-page book. So criteria in terms of starting and scaling, and then pattern recognition on 6 skills that are repeated across sectors, across different parts. This is a US-based data set, and I was in the White House economics team ahead of doing this. I know John Chambers was mentioning that startups have created the net new jobs in the United States. That's what the economics data shows. But I believe we're actually starting to see a shift on that frontier.
And what's interesting also, the company John was with is partly trying to re-empower the incumbents, and we'll hear Proterra, a totally different kind of company later today, talk about the same kind of thing. Well, anybody in the audience have a comment or question they'd like to jump in with? Okay, here. Let's identify yourself, please.
Sure. Oh, hi, I'm Franny Lee from Chegg. So in all of the research that you've done, as you're talking to all these companies, were there any key stakeholders that were popping out as being necessary to instill this kind of entrepreneur within a legacy big company to make it really go? Because you need that, right?
So it's really important to have the CEO and the C-suite on this. I mean, it doesn't necessarily trickle up from the bottom, right? And so if you want to be at scale and you want to be moving a large business, you have to have the top people doing that. So I'll give the example of Walmart again. Doug McMillon came out to Silicon Valley 4 years ago and said, Amazon is going to kill us. We're getting crushed. And met with all different tech leaders of large companies, of startups, et cetera, and basically said, what can we do? They stood up store number 8, which is a pretty interesting retail. Sam Walton's 8th store was the experimental store. So now inside of Walmart, they've got store number 8. They're doing 3 things that I think are pretty interesting. One, certainly buying in founders. So Mark Laurie and Jet.com was bought in there. But they are recruiting entrepreneurs to just walk in through their doors. So Jenny Flees, who was Rent the Runway co-founder, has just gone over to Walmart with this idea that, hey, that's an interesting set of assets globally to be an entrepreneur and work inside there. The third thing that Walmart is doing is raising up internal employees to be entrepreneurs. So there's a guy named Michael McGuire who is running a business called Local Theory, which is it's an AI and data play on merchandising. What merchandise should you put in each one of these stores as a local theory? He's worked 18 years for Walmart, grew up in Bentonville, Arkansas, and he competes pound for pound. His performance is equal to entrepreneurs that they've acqui-hired and entrepreneurs they've recruited in. So it's a pretty interesting thing to see. It takes a top-down emphasis. And Doug McMillon is also interesting. He's got on his iPhone that he carries around in his pocket this chart. I don't know how many people have seen this chart, but it shows decades where Sears is the #1 in the category. And then Walmart, for the last few decades, has been the #1. But you can see Amazon coming up. And so he is constantly thinking about the fact that they have to disrupt themselves and they have to be entrepreneurial, or they will fall just like Sears has fallen.
Thank you so much, Amy.
Yeah,
really good.
Thank you.
You know, Thank you.
Yeah.
It's really interesting that Amy is saying positive things about Walmart. I think that's something that might come up in the next session too. Maybe we need to get them as a partner here. They're at least they're big. Esther Dyson, join me on stage, please. So you have your Nestle water there. Good.
No, actually, it's brand X.
No,
Sorry.
that is Nestle, actually.
Yeah,
They own Pellegrino, in fact.
I didn't know.
You didn't know that? Yeah, that's partly why they're sponsoring it. Yes. They want people to know that. So Esther Dyson is a hero of tech, and now she's becoming a hero in a new space of wellness and health. And she has this amazing project, which is not a company, it's a project called Wellville. And she has established very extensive beachheads in 5 mid-sized American cities. And I'm going to ask her to explain, am I wrong already? I get things, it's so hard to explain this thing. Okay, why don't you just explain what you're doing with Wellville, but before you do, I want to say, Esther, before she got into this health thing, she created basically the whole model for this kind of conference with her Release 1.0 and an amazing series of PC forums. She was the incredible entrepreneur of tech and an investor, has been involved with many of the great companies, and so it's all the more interesting that she's focusing on health and wellness. But what is Wellville? Why don't you just try to explain?
Thank you. So like Amy, following Amy's advice, I'm going to drive for daylight and not focus on my illustrious past, but the cool stuff I'm doing now.
That's good.
And fundamentally, Wellville is 5 communities, and if we could have the map, I'll just put it up here. Probably none of you is from any of them, but if you are, I'd love to give you a shout out. They're under 200,000 people each, which pretty much, unless you're Aspen, means that you have a lot of poor people.
So they're small, not mid-sized? Is that why I was wrong before?
Yeah, and they're not even cities.
They're not even cities. They're just areas. Okay.
They're communities. If you ask someone, where do you live, they'll say Muskegon, or they'll say Lake County, so they're places where people live, and they don't go in and out a lot. So if you start to create change in those places, it reverberates inside rather than dissipates outside because people commute somewhere else. So it's not like neighborhoods, but places where if you change the community, everybody in the community kind of feels it.
But they're very low income for the most part.
Low income, high disparity.
Yeah.
And so they reflect they reflect the bottom half of the country. These are the people who their children get damaged by the time they're grown up, whether it's child abuse or bad education or child storage instead of child care. Healthcare facilities are middling, the food is bad, and there's a lot of poverty. But it's not a nice white lady with tech coming in and fixing things.
What is it?
Yes. It is 5 communities out of 42 that applied when they heard there was somebody that was going to try and help them if they applied to make their community a healthier place. To apply, they had to be under 100,000, and then it changed and it was 200,000 for reasons too complicated to explain. There needed to be some kind of cross-sector collaborative that applied, and they need to fill out a pretty long and complicated application with data about what they had done so far, what they were trying to, what they had learned. And so it wasn't like just send us a letter. What they got was not money, and at the same time they didn't need to pay us. They basically got advice. We're not giving them fish. We're not even teaching them how to fish. We're helping them to think big and build their own sustainable fishing schools. So what that means is useful questions, ideas. They learn from one another. Each of the communities has one of us as their kind of coach, advisor. I go to Muskegon once or twice a month. I bring in people that I think might be useful. I tell them what's going on, And what we do is we look for the programs and the people that we think are going to be effective and make them more effective, because effectiveness spreads just like despair does. We're 5 years into a 10-year project. And so a few things I've learned.
I don't have to ask any questions. Good.
I'll keep going for a bit. I knew this would be interesting. I knew that you have to look upstream. the reason I started it in 2013 was I was investing in healthcare. Why are we spending so much money fixing things that shouldn't happen in the first place? Diabetes type 2 is almost preventable. We know what to eat. We know how to exercise more. We know how to reduce stress. We know what's wrong with abusing children. We know how to provide better education, but we don't do that. We don't do that as individuals, and we don't do that collectively as a society. So my solution to the market is not to destroy capitalism, but more to price in externalities, and I can talk about that later. In these communities, we have neither the money nor the capacity to do that. We try to model it and focus mostly kids, families, because it's helping to make the next generation healthy and resilient that will create that long-term change we're looking for.
What are the things you've ended up getting involved in that you were not expecting to get involved in?
Well, one, when this started 2013, Angus Deaton hadn't quite written his paper with his wife Ann Case about deaths of despair. The opioids were still something black people in ghettos did, and I mean that to be offensive. But suddenly white people started having drug problems and dying of overdoses, and then the establishment started taking more notice. And that, now you look back and think, how could we have missed that?
So that's a big issue in these communities.
It's a big issue, but, so I started reading, and I think it's on the Wellville list now. I read like 10 or 15 books about addiction and talked to people. The formulation I came up with is, and we'll go into Facebook and addiction in a moment. Addiction is short-term desire. There's a book called The Biology of Desire by Mark Lewis. It's the one I'll call out. You lose all perspective. You want this thing now, you need it now, and you have no sense of the past nor of the future. You're not trying to change things, you're just trying to, you don't have that 3D vision. Long-term desire is purpose. Long-term collective desire for the community, whether it's your community, your country, whatever, for society as a whole, that is our, can I have my quadrant chart? That's where we're trying to move our communities, but also our people. The local community organizations, they're addicted to short-term grants. We had this program for overweight ladies with Zumba dancing. That program has ended. Now we need, art classes for seniors, or let's just go grab some more money and do something, but it won't make any change. So there's this, politicians are addicted to votes and to re-election, and companies are addicted. So there's a difference between income, which sustains you, and which you need, and then this exponential growth, which is, you were talking earlier about Facebook and Wall Street. They're addicted to exponential growth, where you make your profits off equity expanding, rather than sort of making an honest profit. You need to have a monopoly, be, Adam Newman, I want to be the first trillionaire, that kind of stuff. And so Silicon Valley and tech is not the solution to these problems, even though there are some things you can learn, like pivoting and so forth.
Well, one of the more interesting things about it is it was such, you as somebody who is of sort of tech and knows everybody, to roll up your sleeves and really go into some of the most needy communities in America and make a 10-year commitment, that's so impressive and unusual. So I'm impressed by that. Talk about Facebook and this other kind of addiction that you've encountered.
Okay, so, addiction is, you can become dependent on a substance, and you can have withdrawal. But addiction is, again, this loss of focus on anything other than the immediate now and your own immediate satisfaction. Or it's not even satisfaction.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's relief of pain in some sense, but it never leads to anything. And so, I thought like everybody, Facebook is addictive, that's a metaphor. But it's really not. And so one of the things...
You mean it literally?
I mean it literally. People do stupid things, not just... They don't just want it and buy it, but people they stay up late, they ignore their families. There's what I call secondhand Facebook, which is when a parent, instead of talking to its child, which we know is...
Like secondhand smoke, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. It's toxic.
It's toxic. The parent is texting, the kid feels ignored, becomes anxious, and there's something called adverse childhood experiences where kids are neglected, abused, whatever. But if you don't bond with your kid and talk to it, and that engagement often, it's not black or white, but the level of engagement goes down when the parent is on its cell phone all the time, and the kid feels neglected and ignored, and then becomes more needy, and the mother gives it, Coca-Cola in a bottle, and then the kid's teeth rot, and the kid cries, and the mother has an even tougher time interacting with the kid. And so, well, how do you solve all this? You have a lot more coaching for the young mothers. Ideally, you help them not become pregnant unintentionally. You pay living wages for people to do childcare, and you subsidize that childcare, because no matter what you feel about taxes or whatever, you're going to pay fewer taxes in the future if the kids grow up healthy, because they had a childhood that created the resilience, the ability to eat right, not to get addicted to bad food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So some of the people we brought in, interestingly, not only is Walmart doing health care, they're getting much more interested in the health both of their associates and of the customers. And Doug McMillan is smart, because this is the right long-term strategy. Walmart is so big, it needs a healthy country. Because if people are just buying pharmaceuticals all the time and being sick and unemployed because they're not capable of working, Walmart doesn't have a business either.
Wow, that's an amazing way to think of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we're not store 8 or anything, but Muskegon is one of the communities in which they're doing some of the early trying to learn how to make it work better, because... And
you helped make that happen? You were involved?
We were present. We're more like a catalyst. We don't do things. We don't sign partnerships. So I don't want to overstate our role. But I knew the Walmart people and said, hey, you should come to Muskegon, because there's lots of community people that would be interested in working with you. Right now, they're referring diabetes, people with pre-diabetics, to the YMCA, which is running the diabetes prevention program. And so from my point of view, the goal of each of the Wellville 5 is for their community to be healthier, economic development, kids graduate from high school. We want them to do that and be very successful.
Are they competing with one another to some degree?
No, we thought they would. We thought it was a contest, but they said, no, we want to learn from each other. Wow. We get them together once a year. We have monthly coordinator. Yeah,
very cool.
Just, again, what Amy said, you learn better with other people around.
Yeah.
So at the end of the 10 years, and honestly before, to the extent we have data and stories, we want to use them as an example to inspire people. Everybody that cares kind of knows the data, but they don't do it. When they say, oh my gosh, did you see what they did in Muskegon or Lake County just north of Marin or all these other places? And then we have data. We have examples. We talk to policymakers. Ideally, we talk to voters and we want to be part of a movement that's much bigger than we are. We scale by people copying us, not by...
But the hope is the difference in health in these communities will be discernible and notable enough that it will really, in a way, help you promote it just by its very existence.
Yes, by telling...
I want to get audience in before we run. Yeah.
Health and well-being. It's not just measuring people's A1C or their cholesterol. It's again, are the kids healthy enough to graduate from high school? Are the people going to work, and is absenteeism reducing? Are you know.
And you're starting to track all those things now?
They're tracking it already.
Yeah.
I mean, they were working on this before we showed up. We didn't come in and create something new. We came in and helped them.
And that would have been the case in most communities. It's just you're helping to put more structure around it, introducing them to other potential sources of help, and kind of taking a bigger picture view of what might be possible, right?
Yeah, like I asked the why, what would you do if you had enough money? And they said, we'd hire 2 more diabetes prevention counselors. And I said, no, enough money to fix the problem. Oh, so now they're on the way to 10 or 20. I mean, it's just being ambitious, having someone who has your back and makes
Very
you
cool.
think big.
It's just so impressive. I just want to make sure the audience has their chance to marvel at it, too.
And can the slide person just put up our quadrant chart? Everybody
there a
needs
quadrant
a quadrant
chart?
chart. There is indeed.
Okay.
It's,
We may not have time for audience
it's just
questions
me
since
now,
hands aren't shooting
future,
up.
everybody.
What does that show, Esther?
It shows addiction at the bottom and collective well-being and purpose at the upper right.
Time of impact, yeah, who benefits,
it's-
shared,
we can have
long-term,
questions,
shared
they can
benefit.
look at
Yeah.
it.
Beautiful. That's a beautiful chart. That's a poetic chart. Well, thank you.
Thank you. It was great.
So good to have you. One of the great people of the American community. Looking at the wrong piece of paper. Oh, I just get to introduce Gary Bowles, and then he gets to do the work. Gary Bowles, please come on stage. You are one of the great conference people and journalists and thinkers about how to make the world better. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. All right, so Techonomy is about a lot of intersections, not just technology and the economy, but for each of us as humans, our backgrounds, and our lives. Tom Malone and I have a number of intersections. We actually met at a Techonomy dinner. He runs the Center for Collective Intelligence at MIT. I actually used to work as a nonprofit called Collective Intelligence. He wrote a book called The Future of Work. I'm the chair for the Future of Work with Singularity University. And he wrote a book called Superminds. Well, unfortunately, that's where it breaks down. I'm not a supermind. But he is. Please welcome Tom Malone. So I think of your idea of Superminds as almost like a pair of augmented reality glasses. Once you put them on, it's kind of a lens on the world, and you can't unsee what you thought you saw. So help us to take the red pill and tell people what this mentality is.
So the way to see through these glasses is to first think about what a supermind is. And I define a supermind, I think of a supermind as a kind of ghost. Superminds are powerful entities that are all around us all the time, but that are mostly invisible unless you know how to look. I define a supermind as a group of individuals acting collectively in ways that seem intelligent. Now, by that definition, superminds really are all around us. Companies, governments, families, labor markets, scientific communities. Actually, I think the learning community across those 5 cities that Esther just described is an example of a supermind. And in fact, maybe all the people in this room could be a supermind. All those are examples of groups of people acting together in ways that at least sometimes seem intelligent. And if you think about it, almost everything we humans have ever achieved was not done by single individuals acting all alone. It was done by these superminds.
And what made you fascinated about this? How did you sort of come to be focused on this and to develop this perspective?
Well, in a way, it came from the book Future of Work. When I had published that and was thinking about what to do next, I thought about sort of following the ideas that were in that book into practice. But what I realized I wanted to do was to think about what was really coming next. How could we see around the corner?
So you did research, and you had this belief that there's the way that we actually act, at least in some cases, collectively intelligent. How do you think of the different sort of categories, and what are the different ways in which we do that?
So one of the most important things about putting on the supermind glasses is to understand what some of the different types of superminds are. And in my book, I identify 5 basic types of superminds for making decisions. The first and most obvious is hierarchies. In a hierarchy, the group decisions are made by delegating them to individuals in the group. Another very important kind of supermind are democracies, where the group decisions are made by voting. A third and very important kind of supermind are markets, where the group decisions are really the combination of all the pairwise agreements between individual buyers and sellers. And a fourth kind of supermind are communities, where the group decisions are made by a kind of informal consensus based on shared norms and reputations. So that's 4. Those 4 kinds of superminds all depend on some amount of cooperation among the people in the group. Okay. But if you don't have any cooperation in the group members, then you have the 5th kind of supermind, which I call ecosystems. In an ecosystem, the group decisions are made by the law of the jungle. Whoever has the most power gets what they want, and the survival of the fittest. Now, those 5 types I don't think account for everything we see, but I think they do account for a very large number of the things we see all around us all the time.
So Esther was just talking about the kinds of groups, the towns that she works with. So are those communities, are those ecosystems, are they both?
The groups she talked about, I think, would be most easily viewed as a community.
Okay.
There may be other aspects of some of the other types as well, but I think it's mostly a community, or actually in that case, a community of communities.
Right. And then what about, I mean, the way that we tend to channel human energy and build value, we tend to call the organization. So what is that? Where does that fit?
So most companies actually have several superminds as part of them. Okay. Every formal company has a hierarchy, and so that hierarchy is a supermind. But every company also includes a bunch of people in the company. Those people also form a kind of community, or actually many kinds of overlapping communities usually. Those communities make their decisions based on shared norms and what people think of each other and reputations. So sometimes the hierarchy wants one thing, and the community of the employees wants something else. So there's a kind of ecosystem where those 2 superminds compete with each other. And in spite of what some hierarchical managers might think, the hierarchy doesn't always win. Right. Sometimes the community, another word for that, by the way, is the culture. Sometimes the culture, in fact, often the culture wins over the hierarchy.
So sometimes this is called a shadow hierarchy, or it's actually the norms within the organization that defines what success and behavior is like.
Exactly.
All right. So every time anybody develops this type of typology or ontology, it begs a very important question: why? Like, what's it good for? What is this? How would I use this understanding of the different ways that we work collectively to hopefully be intelligent?
Great question. There are a lot of ways you could use this to design new software tools, et cetera. But for today, I think one of the most important ways we can use this is to help answer the questions that David was talking about in the first session. How can we reset and restore? How can we find new ways of governing these things? Maybe even how can we fix democracy? To even think about those questions, you have to be able to think about them constructively. You have to be able to do more than just throw up your hands and say, oh my goodness, everything's terrible, what can we do? You have to have some kind of conceptual tools for thinking. And I think the 5 types of superminds I just listed, and a number of the other concepts in the book Superminds, I think those give us a set of conceptual tools, a kind of language, an engineering toolkit, if you want to think of it that way, for thinking creatively about how to deal with all these problems. In fact, I think one of the most important messages I would have for this audience today is that we shouldn't just throw up our hands. We should think about this like designers, like the kind of innovators many of the people in this room are and many of the people in this room admire. I think we can apply that same kind of creative, innovative, design-oriented thinking to the problems of how to structure the superminds, the groups of people that are using and governing and being influenced by the technologies that all of us in this room are interested in.
Now I'm definitely an optimist, and I buy all the sort of the positive structure for this, but the truth is, as I think we've explored on the Techonomy stage a number of times, is we look at a lot of the sort of scaled platforms that we've developed, and there's a bunch of potential negative consequences. So we get some of the largest supermind platforms in the world, so the Facebook, Google, YouTube. And sure, there's a lot of collective intelligence being exhibited, but there's a lot of collective stupidity. And there seem to be a lot of potential negative consequences that just almost make it tremendously manipulable platforms. So there's Supermind for good that you're talking about, but here's also Supermind for knocking society off its rails.
Yeah.
So how do you think about, is that like inevitable for these scaled platforms? Are they just infinitely manipulable?
So I think superminds are kind of like individual people. Okay. Some of them are really smart, some are pretty stupid. Sometimes you really like what they do. Sometimes superminds can be evil. I think most people would say that Nazi Germany was an evil supermind.
Right.
So I don't think there's anything surprising that sometimes these superminds act in ways we don't like.
Right.
What I think we should do, though, is not just say, oh, well, because technology had some bad effects, we should stop using technology or it's all a bad thing. We should look at it more like a designer, more constructively. If you built the first automobile, for instance, and it turned out to be way too noisy, you wouldn't say, oh, well, never mind, I guess automobiles are a bad idea.
Right.
You'd say, what can we do to make the noise less?
Right.
And I think that's the approach we should apply to these problems. And I think the kind of conceptual toolkit I was talking about can help us do that in a much more systematic, creative, constructive way.
So there's a dinner tonight that's focused on climate, and you've got the CoLab. Is that talk a little bit about just how you would use this methodology? Like, what's the way that you try to help people? I mean, there's a ton of smart people in the room. How do you help them to be able to sort of coalesce around trying to actually build some approaches to some of these wicked problems?
So in addition to creating conceptual ways for thinking about these things, we've actually done some actual creating of new kinds of superminds. And the example you're referring to is one we call Climate CoLab. We've been doing this project for about a decade now. And the project really involves crowdsourcing the problem of what to do about global climate change.
Okay.
So we've created an online platform called Climate CoLab and an online community of over 120,000 people from all over the world using this platform. The community includes some of the world's leading experts on climate change. It also includes business people, students, policymakers, lots and lots of other people from all over the world in all walks of life. Together, these people are developing and evaluating proposals for what to do about different parts of the climate change problem, from how to generate electricity with fewer emissions, to how to reduce emissions of carbon in sectors like transportation and buildings, and to how to change public attitudes about climate. So out of all that process, we've had a bunch of pretty interesting ideas that have come. If we have time, I'll tell you one of my favorite examples. Do we have time?
Fire away.
So one of my favorite examples is a device. Many of the proposals are for things companies can do or governments can do or whatever. This is a proposal for a specific device called the sun saluter. It's a rotating solar panel that rotates during the day to follow the sun across the sky. Right. By rotating, it's able to generate more electricity than a fixed solar panel. And the thing that powers that rotation is dripping water and gravity. And as the water drips, it's filtered to make 4 liters of clean drinking water per day.
That's great.
So that same low-cost device produces both clean drinking water and electricity, 2 critical needs for millions of people around the world. Now, I think that's a pretty cool idea for a gadget, but what I think is even more interesting is where the idea came from. It didn't come from an expert sitting in a room like this or a professor at Stanford or MIT or someplace like that. It came from a young woman who had the idea when she was only 16 years old and who later dropped out of Princeton to help develop that idea further.
Yeah.
So that shows, I think, that if we're willing to use superminds, if we're not just designing superminds to solve the problems, we can use superminds to come up with those designs. And I think what we've done with Climate Collab is just a first step in that direction. But it illustrates how we can use these new technologies not just to cause problems, but to create new, much bigger and more involving and more diverse groups to try to come up with solutions to the problems.
Some of the longtime techonomists know that Bill Gross and Andrew Beebe actually created a company that tried to develop similar technology, but the technology at the time wasn't up for it. So I hope she actually has the solution to that. So I'm going to ask for an audience question in just a second. So please raise your hand so the mic can come to you. But really, just briefly, so I am an optimist, but I also, it's hard not to see all of the downside of a lot of, especially the scale platforms, and how some of these superminds for bad are it's an arms race, and they seem to be winning. So you wave your magic wand. Do you have some supermind approach to how you change the design of those platforms so that actually the forces of good prevail?
I don't think there's a single answer, just like there's no magic wand that will solve everything in the world. I do think that for specific problems, there are specific ideas. One problem a lot of people talk about is fake news. I think there's nothing new about fake news. We've had fake news for as long as we've had news, actually. The technology makes it easier to disseminate that fake news, gives more people the power to do it and to send it to people in particular. So there's some new aspects to the problem now. But the technology also gives us some new tools for helping to deal with it. One of my favorite ideas about that is creating some new kind of organizations that rate the credibility of news items. Right. I don't think it works to have the platform owners themselves do that, because they've got all kind of financial motives to do something else.
Yeah, so far it doesn't work well.
But if you have some other organization, maybe a nonprofit, a set of them that do this, I think that could work. And it only works, however, if they're respected by kind of a wide range of the population. Yeah. If you've got one set of people who the liberals believe and another set of people who the conservatives believe, and nobody crosses the path, then you've got a much bigger problem. That may be the problem we have today. Then you've got a problem of not really a single community anymore. You've got a bifurcated community. Right. And democracies basically work in the context of a community. If you've got two separate communities, democracies aren't usually a good way for them to solve their problems. That becomes more like an ecosystem where they fight it out.
Right. More Darwinian.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So we have a question, please.
Actually, hi. I'm Charlie Long. I'm a real estate developer and been a city manager in many places. You actually started to answer the question I was posing, which has to do with the fact that we have an unprecedented level of, you call it an ecosystem, I would call it a schizophrenia of community in this country. We've got Texas and California contemplating secession, and there is a almost complete rigidity to the cocooning that's going on, and much of that cocooning, it seems, is the source of a lot of the, quote, abuses that are blamed on technology but are actually the result of people using technology to reflect their points of view. I guess it would be, what you're doing is absolutely fascinating, and it would be really good to just hear what your ideas are for bringing together these very, very rigidly cocooned superminds to try to get them to create a sense of common purpose.
Yeah. So I don't have a single answer, unfortunately. I do think there are a bunch of possibilities that we can think about. One is, maybe we'll all just come to our senses and it'll go away.
Hasn't worked out so far.
Hasn't worked so far, right? Another is kind of maybe the other extreme is maybe it will have to be solved by violence in some way. You know, the Civil War was ultimately solved by violence. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but it's not impossible. A somewhat more optimistic view would be that it happens from the ground up, and maybe even these technologies, if they're used in slightly different ways, can promote more real conversations between people in different communities. And when they talk to each other and see they're just humans and et cetera, then maybe some of the animosity will decrease. I grew up in a small town in New Mexico, and when I go back and visit my friends there, I think it's really helpful, actually, to sort of talk human to human. And maybe we can do that in ways that involve technology in new ways. Maybe it will be some other kind of non-violent but still ecosystem-like power play. You know, maybe the powerful companies or the powerful parties or something will kind of, one will dominate and the others will still stay instead of seceding. Or maybe they really will divide, you know. So I wish I knew a better answer. Actually, I do have one more constructive thing to say, which is I think it's possible to build superminds to solve problems like this in new ways, to systematically consider many different alternatives, like the ones I was just spewing off the top of my head, to systematically consider them, evaluate them. I don't think we're going to have a few guys in a room figuring out all the answers and then they just build it and it works. I think this is something where we're going to have to try a lot of different things to see what works, but hopefully to do that in a more systematic, comprehensive, cumulative way. And so I think for several problems, including for sure climate change and maybe even the kind of fragmentation of American society, it might be worth assembling something like the Manhattan Project. But in this case, I think there's one big difference from the Manhattan Project. There, you sent a few dozen experts off into the deserts of New Mexico. Now, I think it should be thousands or millions of people all over the world connected electronically.
Right, and rather than fission, aggregation. So I would love to continue superminding, if it can be a verb, but I think actually we're ready for a break. So please thank Tom Malone. Thank you. That's it. We're a wrap.
Can we just go down here? Can we just go down? Oh, okay.
If you want to answer some questions you want.
Yeah, yeah. Hi. Thank you. Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you.
Go get your mic off and then you can have fun.
Yeah.
Are you here through Tuesday?
I have to leave Tuesday morning, but I'm here through tomorrow.
Oh, when are you leaving on Tuesday?
11 o'clock flight, roughly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You want to ride?
please enjoy this 15-minute
I'd love to share.
Our show
Yeah.
will resume
I've got,
shortly.
I can't remember, but I was planning to leave around 9 or something, basically.
Yeah, that's about the same. Our flight.
Rick. How you doing? Nice to meet you, Diane.
So you're up for 5 minutes.
Great.
Okay.
Do I have a timer up front, or?
We do, and it looks like this.
Great.
So when you're on stage, you'll see the two monitors. You have no graphics, correct?
I have a PowerPoint slide.
One.
Yes. I have a slide deck.
Rick coming up has one graphic. Do you have that?
I have a slide, the whole presentation. I have it back here. If you want me to get
we
it.
don't have it.
Okay.
We have a title slide for you, but we don't have your slide.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
I can work my way through it. So
Okay.
let me reset my brain for just a second.
Okay. I'm glad we figured this out now.
Yeah. Are you sure it's just a title slide? Because if you click through it, there's nothing else there?
It's just the Techonomy made title slide.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. He's going to need.
Five errors. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. So sorry about that.
It's all right.
That's why I confirmed those things before you go on stage.
Thank you.
So again, right down here, you'll just see the logo here, or your title slot, your Techonomy made a title slide. 5 minutes, we'll count backwards.
Great.
When you hit 0, trapdoor opens.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
So when you come out of you'll have music that plays you on and a VOG that plays you on, and then I believe Josh is going to come up after.
Great.
Because he's up with Diane.
Excellent.
Okay.
Rick's up.
Yeah, Rick's up first, and then you're coming up after him.
Yep.
No play-off music anymore. David said no play. So play-ons, no play-offs.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you want any water? I know it's 5 minutes.
I'll take some water up there with me.
Okay. Let me get you a fresh one.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
This is Mayor Jackson.
Mayor Jackson, Diane. Very good to meet you.
Another little delay. Sorry, just letting you guys know. No idea.
I just heard that.
Yep. So anyway, it's just gonna be a few more minutes.
Okay. We are missing his slide.
It should be up.
They said they don't have it.
Sean says we don't have a slide for him.
Yes, we do.
We do?
We
Sean.
do.
You can have
Kristen said we do have a slide for Rick.
I can talk about Cleveland. Hey guys, Cleveland's an awesome place.
Okay.
They got a blockchain conference coming there next year. It's going to be killer.
I don't know anything about it. I'll wing it.
I can tell you all about blockchain.
Well, what he was telling me, that's what I was talking to on the phone, is about using all this data.
Yep.
And in a way that creates efficiency for government and the private sector in terms of accessing the information, using all that. That's basically what.
Yeah, I mean,
how I understand.
The way I would think about it is, you can run a business in a spreadsheet. You can run a business in an accounting system.
Right.
The benefit of a spreadsheet is you can pass it around to a bunch of people. The problem is your whole business is in that spreadsheet, and everybody can see it. If you have it in a system, then you can run your business properly, but nobody can get access to it because it's all locked away. What blockchain allows you to do is to take the bits of your business that you want to expose to the outside world and let people contribute to a transaction or an event or something that you're managing. And they can do it at the front, they can do it at the back, and if you do it right, you only get the ability to touch the thing you're supposed to touch. That's the benefit.
You can interact in a rapid way.
That's right. It's much more flexible, it's much more open. The trick is it a buzzword or is it something you can practically use, right? And
As always.
That's it.
Because the idea and the practical application of it is, and as I was listening to some of the other speakers, is all about how you use it.
Correct.
And that really becomes an ethical issue at bottom. In terms of, do you use it for this or do you use it for that? My thing about blockchain and all this innovation technology
get your community, the people who live there, fluent in this part of the language of technology so they can use it and they can thrive. That's really the harder thing. I mean, here in Half Moon Bay, we've got this interesting confluence of, subcultures, right? You got a lot of people here who are first or second generation American, but their families are from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and they barely speak English. And their kids struggle just to get by, and we're going to an even more technologically advanced world.
But with technology, they can make that transition much quicker.
Yeah, where do you want it?
They can make that transition much quicker.
I think that's right. It has that potential.
Yeah, it has, and so to me, the proper use of that technology for that group of people, if in fact,
there's like 10 slides on it, but it's 5. It's it's super fast.
They have it. They're loading it.
Great.
So I will give you a clicker.
If it doesn't work, I'm good too. I'll make it work.
You're right.
Like I got a 100 slides. Okay.
All right. I'll give you that green button. Go.
Okay.
Forward.
All right. Got it.
We have the mayor slides, right? No, just kidding. That 30-minute video.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Standing by pyro. Yeah.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
You have to have fun, right?
Rick has the clicker. Prepared for the step.
So do they not work in real time while the show is running?
Break a leg.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I'll check out the conference and see if it makes sense. We may go. I run blockchain for my company, so.
Well, that's good because he's an entrepreneur in Cleveland. He has a car dealership, a high-end car, and he's now into this blockchain. And there's some attempt with investors to get a location where they would put companies where individuals could talk to each other.
Good to see you, Frank.
So sorry to interrupt. Right here, and I'll give you arm up and arm down, so as I don't yell go and scare the people right up there.
Arm up, arm down is go. Arm up's get ready.
Arm up is get ready. I'm
All
going
right.
to take my arm down. That is not a geo.
Got it.
Standing by backstage left with Rick. He has his clicker.
Make sure my fly's up.
I always try and do just a glance to help a fellow human out and make sure that I'm being appropriate and just doing it, a once over, making sure everyone's all right.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate working with a professional.
Hey, and like Joe's you gotta have fun with it too.
Absolutely.
Hello, this is my 6th Techonomy.
I like how you pranked me with no slides. That was pretty good.
Like to keep people on their toes.
That's it. Now that we got through all that, everything's gonna fall asleep on stage.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a short 5 minutes.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
I just did a show for a private venture capital firm a couple weeks ago for 56 people. That one was interesting.
A lot of alpha personalities.
Really cold. There's a reason why rooms are cold. Because people will wait.
Yeah. That's a tough space, especially because that crowd they drink till 4 in the morning and they get up at 7.
Oh, and golf.
Yeah.
And then drink while they're golfing.
Yeah. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's a good
You
gig.
gotta have fun.
Yeah. I choose to work for a living. I'm a fool.
I know. Everyone, I live in Michigan, and everyone's going, "Oh, you're going to have Moon Bay. It's so beautiful." And I said, "Yes, but I get to be in a ballroom behind black curtains."
So if you can find a way to sneak out, you're working until 6, right?
Yes.
And are you here tomorrow working all the time?
I'm here until Wednesday.
So if you can get time to get outside, if you can find some kind of break, it's amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, you'll hit sun sets around 5:30, 5:45. But if you guys are wrapped up here and if you want to just take a quick peek outside, take in that sunset,
Absolutely.
it's fantastic. So
Yeah.
figure that out. And then you've got the coastal trail right along here. which is public access. Anybody can get out there. You can walk along. You have to watch out for the golf ball every now and then. But yeah, you can walk. I took people here on a walking tour this morning there. So yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had time to do it. Tuesday when we're done, I might have some time. After I work my stuff out, I do have a massage scheduled.
Yeah.
I got the golfer's relief package because I went, that's kind of like a stage manager.
If you can get the walk in before the massage, that'll be great because that'll loosen everything up.
Great idea.
Yeah. So hurry up and get packed.
Well, Simone Ross used to be with Techonomy. She and I would usually have a glass of champagne after.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But a walk, I think, is healthier.
Well,
A glass of champagne.
you know, you can have all of them. You're at the Ritz-Carlton.
I could walk while drinking champagne.
I mean, I like to smoke a cigar walking along the coastal trails. So I tend to go off to the side route, though, so I'm not bothering all the tourists.
Oh, that's really nice. That's thoughtful.
Yeah. But I'll come like on a Friday afternoon. I use this as my Friday office because people.
That's a pretty good office.
Yeah. Say, hey, why don't you meet me for lunch at the Ritz-Carlton, and then.
Yeah.
It's a good draw.
It really is.
People are thinking about other things when they're over here. So.
Yes. Yeah. It's a good way to reset someone's mind.
Yeah. So and the food at the conservatory is really nice as well. But yeah, everything here is really good. Looks like they're getting ready. On behalf of the city of Half Moon Bay, Techonomy, and the Ritz-Carlton, welcome to our fair community. And thank you to the folks at Techonomy for organizing this conference. Can we give them a round of applause? The good folks here asked me to spend a few minutes with you, giving you a little bit of the local culture, the local history, some of the challenges we deal with at the intersection of society, business, and technology. So without further ado, I'll jump into some of that. So this is Coastal Life today. You may recognize some of these bluff tops, but what you may not know is the Ohlone Indians inhabited this area for thousands of years before Westerners discovered the West Coast. And one of the byproducts of their life here, they interacted with each other socially, north to south, along what is now the California Coastal Trail. And the part of that is outside right here. If you've gotten a chance to get outside and enjoy the beautiful view, those trails are part of a public access system we're building from Mexico all the way up to the Oregon border. So if you haven't got a chance to enjoy it, or if you can peek out for sunset tonight, it's going to be spectacular. I encourage you to get out there and enjoy the view the Ohlone have been enjoying for thousands of years, and folks like me have been enjoying for about 10. The Spanish made their first visit here in 1769, 250 years ago. De Portola made a voyage on land from San Diego all the way up to San Francisco. He was looking for Monterey Bay, and he missed it. It's the largest bay in California. I guess he was a soldier and not a sailor. But there's reports of him being in Moss Beach, which is just a few miles north of here. And, he used these coastal trail systems to get up and down the coast. So this is a depiction of him right as he discovered the San Francisco Bay, which the priest amongst them said this is big enough to take in His Majesty's entire fleet as well as the fleet of the rest of our European friends. So it was a pretty spectacular discovery by the folks there. A couple of eras of Half Moon Bay that are really important is up until about the 1840s, there wasn't a lot of activity here. You still had the Ohlone population existing and surviving on the sea, the fruit of the sea and some of the fruit of the land. But around between 1840 and 1850, you started seeing the first settlements in California. The Portuguese, the Italians, the Mexicans had been here for decades. And you started to get more and more folks moving in and building up Half Moon Bay. This salt box house you see here is the Johnston House, which sits on the bluff tops, and it's the first farming house in our community. What really got Half Moon Bay off and running was technology, the Ocean Shore Railroad in 1905 and 1920. And ironically, it's one of the things that got our community to be protected the way it is. You see, the Ocean Shore Railroad had this idea of, hey, let's get people to build houses and little vacation homes here in Half Moon Bay. And they can, we'll do that by selling them little plots of land, 50 by 150 square feet, 50 by 100 square feet. There's not a lot you can do with that, but they would give these away with newspaper subscriptions, anything they could do to get people to reach the beach, they would do that. The irony is, it's actually slowed down the pace of development in here in Half Moon Bay. So we had a chance to catch up and figure out what we could do as more and more people wanted to come here. We had a lot of land that was going through some interesting challenges. As a planner, which I work in planning on a volunteer basis for here in the city, part of what we have to struggle with is how do you deal with our community? How do you protect all that green open space we have today? And how do you protect, what do you do with these imaginary parcels that we have that are, you know, in theory developable, but they're so small you can't do anything with them. They have diverse ownership. They've been spread out amongst families. This is part of what we're looking at and trying to solve as a city of Half Moon Bay so we can keep this place great and amazing. So one of the things we've planned here is the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay. It's a fantastic property. And this is what it looked like back in 1973. This is what it looked like back in 2002, a couple of years after they opened it. Now, one of the interesting things that I'll leave you with is when you think about technology, at the time they thought armoring was a good idea for the shores. So what they did was they came and dumped a bunch of rocks right on the front of the beach. Ironically, this had the opposite of the intended effect. And those of you who were here last year, remember they were doing some work on the hotel to strengthen the front of the hotel and make sure that they don't have any issues with erosion and sea rise. So this is a problem that was created by technology. And ironically, we went back last year. We removed, a long time ago, we removed the rocks, but we also removed some of those artificial structures which are creating distortions. And thankfully, this hotel will be here for a long, long time because of that planning process. So as we look to the future, you know, part of what makes this a great place is it's accessible to the public thanks to the California Coastal Act. Some of you got to walk on the coastal trail with me this morning. I encourage you to get out there and take the walk north to south. It's an amazing view. And what we're working on over time is to build a coastal trail, not just from San Francisco down to Monterey, but all the way across the state of California, north to south. So thank you. I hope you enjoy the conference. And if you have any questions or you want a tour guide, happy to help.
Please welcome to the stage the mayor for the city of Cleveland, Frank Jackson.
Pleasure. I came out with two.
We'll bring the mayor up. Mayor, take a seat. So many of you know we hosted an event for 4 years in Detroit and really had the opportunity to see how cities were developing, leveraging technology to provide new opportunities. We've been lucky enough to now visit Cleveland and spend some time with the mayor there. I was lucky enough to get to go to the All-Star game this year, which was great. And actually meet some of the people here in the room that came in from Cleveland. So a little shout out to John and Georgia from CalFE and Marta and Drew. Marta actually be on our stage later tomorrow talking about autonomous robots, but met her in Cleveland. So I was excited to have everyone here. So Mayor Jackson sort of has been first elected in 2005, right? Longest standing mayor in Cleveland history. Right. And we got to spend time talking about the role of technology and how you see it as it pertains to serving your constituents and the citizens of Cleveland, but also as a driver of economic growth. Right. So talk first a little about how the city is leveraging various technologies to sort of become inclusive, to deliver better services to your constituents.
Well, as we talked before, technology to me is a tool, and it's not the end game. But it's an essential tool as we look to the future. And since government our bottom line is service delivery is not profit, then we're measured by how well we deliver that service. And from a taxpayer's point of view, is how efficiently and how effectively and well you deliver that service. So we use technology in that way to help us be more efficient, less expensive, more effective in doing it, and really have a higher quality of service delivered that is measurable, and so we can hold people accountable to.
So when you think about investment into sort of capital-intensive projects, you know, we've talked a little about smart cameras for the police forces, smart lights. You know, the payback is a long time, right? So you know, the city has to make these investments. Talk a little about sort of, you know, you talk about it, you're not managing against profits, but there has to be some type of return. You know, are those decisions, you know, easy? Are they hard to get the buy-in to say, look, these are the right decision long term?
Well, people always have the right conversation until it comes time to do something, and then it changes. And so, so there is an obstacle that you have to overcome. The cameras and the lighting, for instance. We're tying with innovation, technology. We're tying in that with cost savings by changing out all of our street lights to LED lighting. That would be less expensive for us, which means our light bill goes down. At the same time, the illumination is much greater. So it's a better lighting. At the same time, the technology allows us to instantly identify a light that's gone out, whereas now, if a light goes out, we depend on a citizen to call in. It could be months before we get around to doing that. So we have to develop an infrastructure to respond to the technology. And then thirdly, it helps us in terms of public safety, because with the LED lighting and that platform, we have the ability to put cameras. And these cameras are high definition, and they can do real time, or you can recover whatever the digital footage that they have. And it really helps our police department as we form a real-time crime center that's also based on technology that brings in all of our partners to do analytical kind of things of crimes in the forensic side of that, and tie it all together so that one person is doing this, another person is doing that, and they may miss each other and not solve the crime when it's sitting right before them. Right. Whereas this technology will help bring all of that together.
And you mentioned sort of, so the idea of public-private partnerships, right? So to do these types of projects requires vendors and partners who could really deploy and service the solution. Talk about that importance of, like, you know, you have people here from big tech companies that are working with cities and civic groups. Talk about that relationship between sort of big companies, the private sector, and the city, and how does that have to work?
Well, we're, as I said, our bottom line is service delivery. But to do that, we do contract out many times. And we have bids, and we're looking for companies that can provide a quality goods or quality services, quality technology for the best price. And so we're in the business now of looking for that. And not only that, we're also developing an economy of our own, attempting to help startup companies that are involved in innovation and technology, and to provide space for them, creating incentives and doing things that makes Cleveland an attractive place for them to invest. And as you know, many of these companies are populated by young people, and they have a different way of working, a different way of lifestyle, and so we try to develop things that would help to accommodate that.
So when you talk about that innovation ecosystem, so how do you stimulate that? It comes from, you know, talent, right? How do you get the right people, and you have great schools that are feeding into that capital, and as well as sort of the anchor clients, right? So I think you guys talk about meds and eds, right? There's a lot of sort of medical and healthcare, there's a lot of education. So how do you think about, once people graduate from these great schools, typically rather than go to the coasts, how do you retain them? How do you attract new people to set up their companies, in Cleveland? What type of programs and how you embrace that community?
Let me put it this way. We focus on creating quality of life in Cleveland. I believe that technology is an essential tool to position Cleveland in any urban center or any business for the future. Without it, you won't be competitive. So it's essential. But it is only a tool. And so the question is how to use that tool. And if and for us in Cleveland, and me in particular, the use of that tool should create equity. It should and eliminate disparity in whatever area you're talking, whether it's education, healthcare, careers, economic wealth creation, all these other kind of things. So what we're doing is attempting to hold Cleveland out as a place where people can come. People can come. And as you know, to do that, you have to build an infrastructure for them to come to.
Right.
And that's what we're attempting to do by connecting education, connecting lifestyle, connecting where they live, where they work. People don't want to drive cars. They would rather walk, ride a scooter, they do those kind of things.
Right.
So we're investing in that infrastructure to help accommodate what we know the talent pool would like. And then we're also doing it in such a way that we are saying we will promote and we will incentivize this and we will provide capital for this, but it has to, at the end of the day, have a better equitable outcome for people in terms of sharing and prosperity and quality of life, and have to eliminate the disparities that exist in Cleveland and all over these urban centers.
Great. And I want to make sure, I know there's mic handlers around, if there's any questions, please raise your hand while I'm going through. Would love to get, some questions for the mayor. One of the things I was fascinated about, when we were in Cleveland was this idea of investing in becoming the blockchain capital of the United States.
Right.
And you've started a conference called Blockland, and really trying to stimulate the blockchain economy in Cleveland. Why blockchain? And what does it take to sort of become, really this epicenter for the technology?
Well, to be completely honest with you, it wasn't me who did that. There were people who understand it much better than I do. And I know when I need to get out the way and be supportive. And that's what happened here. There were people who were investing in this, had the idea, the concept, the vision for it. And as I understand it, is an attempt to gather all of this information and have that information readily available in a very efficient and effective way for the public and private sector to help expedite transactions, help expedite things that we may do in partnership, public-private partnership, when we work with businesses. And also, and primarily for the investors, is how do we get ahead of the curve, knowing that this is where the world is going. How do we get ahead of the curve and establish Cleveland as a blockchain center? Which then helps to promote Cleveland in a different light, markets Cleveland in a way that technology companies and other companies would want to come to Cleveland, and talent would want to come to Cleveland.
And when you one of the things we talked about, we hosted our event in Detroit for 4 years and got to know Dan Gilbert, and he's done some amazing things in Detroit with Quicken Loans, but people also know that Dan Gilbert has a huge presence and investing in Cleveland. Obviously owns the Cavs, but is also, talk again a little sort of the need for entrepreneurs like Dan Gilbert and companies like Quicken Loans to invest, and for this group to think about what do you need from the people who live in New York and Silicon Valley to sort of help stimulate the economy in Cleveland? What helps you?
Well, again, this is about people who are
needing to be in the future, and how do we help them be in the future. And our job is, and my job, I see it, is to help facilitate whatever it is that they say they need in order to choose Cleveland. And I'm not the expert on that. I do have people who work with me who can give you a better answer in that regard, but I know our job is to help facilitate that, to create those partnerships. And then to also get rid of the stigma of that Cleveland is not a place where you want to be. We spent a long time going under radar, being an underdog, and really it worked to our advantage because of that. People just took us for granted. So when we were competing with other cities, we just cleaned their clock because they just thought we were no competition. And that worked when we did the Republican National Convention, the International Gay Games, the Senior Games, all these things that we had to compete for. Well, we're doing the same thing with technology and innovation.
Right.
Where people are looking at us and say, well, Cleveland, I don't know. Well, I'd like for them to continue to look that way. But if any of you are interested, we are always willing to have a conversation and to show you the benefit of you being in Cleveland, not only to you, but to Cleveland itself and the people of the city of Cleveland.
Yeah, so I don't know if Val, who heads up communications there, may kill me, but we'll invite you all to Cleveland. We will announce that we are doing an event in Cleveland at the end of April with our sister company Worth on Cities in 2020. So we'll hopefully get some of you to Cleveland next year. I think I hadn't been there in 35 years until I went for this trip. It was an amazing city to see. So it's great to see what you're doing for the city. We have an article in the magazine about what's going on in Cleveland. So let's give a round of applause to the mayor of Cleveland, and we'll see you in April. So great, thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage, David Kirkpatrick.
Oh, thank you, Voice of God. Well, okay, so we're going to continue on this internet theme, which I do seem to care about. Would Fadi Chahadi and Jody Halpern please join me up here? Jody, have a seat. Fadi, good to have you. So, Fadi Chahadi, sitting next to me, his title says Chairman of Chahadi and Company, which doesn't really say much. He's basically now an investor, but he's a longtime serial entrepreneur who, in my opinion, his big claim to fame is he was the CEO or president of ICANN? Both. He was both, okay. He ran ICANN during the critical period when it was taken out of the US Department of Commerce and made into a truly international body. And ICANN is extremely unusual because it really is one of the extremely few entities in the world that has real credibility and essentially regulatory authority that is not controlled by governments but has global weight. It's hard to think of any other entity like that. Now, when that happened, Fadi essentially had to become a diplomat in order to make it happen. He spent an enormous amount of time traveling around the world, meeting with heads of state and ministers and telecom people, working inside the US too, and it was very touch and go whether the US was going to let it go. A lot of people in Congress didn't want that to happen, but he made it happen. But it gave him a perspective that is very critical for today, because that, and by the way, Esther, who's still sitting in the front row, I was going to ask her about ICANN stuff. She was the founding chairman of ICANN, chairperson. So we have another veteran ICANN expert here. But the thing that's interesting to me is we go back to the conversation I had with Andrew at the beginning, and we are really in a very strange moment of techno dystopia, possibly, at worst. But you certainly can't deny, even people who are defenders of the internet platforms recognize there is a fundamental asymmetry between the global nature of these commercial platforms and national regulation. It simply doesn't make sense, that asymmetry. Now, Fadi's been thinking about that a lot. Now, Jody, by contrast, is a professor of bioethics at Berkeley. But she and Fadi have become allies because of her work in ethics has taken her into the more IT, internet technology realm. And she's a researcher who brings together psychiatry, philosophy, behavioral economics, and decision neuroscience. I'm reading that because otherwise I'd never remember it. But she's really involved in serious issues of reform around ethics. So that's why she's here. I'm going to quickly start by asking Fadi a few questions, though, because I do think the fact that you were a diplomat for the net, in effect, and you learned certain things doing that is very critical. What have you learned, and why does it matter now?
Thank you, David. I learned that most governments do not know how the net works. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. The fact they don't understand how the digital economy functions, how the internet is enabled, makes them very nervous. And certainly when the Snowden revelations occurred in early 2013, it caused many governments to feel that they have no control over the burgeoning digital economy. And I think that made governments very nervous, and they're still very nervous because obviously the digital economy has grown, its impact on society has grown, and they still don't know how to control that. The internet, as all of you know here, is a transnational resource. It is not a national resource, or even an international resource. So I just finished work with the Secretary General on his new report on the subject, and frankly, the report comes to the realization that governments and the governance structures of the 19th and 20th century are simply inadequate to address the digital society and economy we live in. That revelation, which I had going into this, was not evident with the governments.
Well, for the UN Secretary General to say that is a big deal. That's a major change.
I mean, I was in meetings with him and the heads of all the UN agencies at an offsite he was holding, and he basically told everybody, governments and us cannot be in charge of this new world, this new economy, and this new society. So that realization, David, is frankly both the opportunity and the problem. Because today, we need to guide the governance systems of the world to understand how do they participate and influence where we go from here. And we can't just ignore them. We can't assume they will just go away. They're engaged, and they're trying to figure out what role they play.
How fragile is our digital ecosystem, would you say?
It's quite fragile. It's more fragile than most of us appreciate. In my role at ICANN, for example, I was responsible for the 13 root servers that are necessary for all the core resources of the internet to find each other. There are 13 systems, 10 in the United States, 1 in Sweden, 1 in the Netherlands, and 1 in Japan. And all resolutions of searches, for example, in the world, have to somehow touch those systems. Now, the security of these systems, which was a responsibility that I shared with these other institutions, but I was overall coordinating, is actually far less robust than people think.
And without them, the whole thing grinds to a halt.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, so because of some delays, partly introduced by me, we don't have tons of time. But Fadi, what should we do now? What? I know you and I have talked about this a lot. What is your thinking about where this should all go?
Many people have tried to move this dialogue to a new system of governance for the digital society and economy. I have come to the conclusion that we're one step too far when we talk about governance. Neither governments are ready to give up power, nor are tech companies, frankly, ready to give up power, despite their pronunciations. The reality is the power has shifted from governments to private entities, And the power struggle is so serious right now that if all we talk about is let's create a new governance system, no one wants to give up power. So with Jodi's help, I've been focusing recently on the idea of creating guardrails rather than rules and policies and laws. I think we're at the stage where I think most of us would agree, it is time for some guardrails. We need some guardrails. The guardrails on this road, this digital economy road, are frankly non-existent right now. And there is neither mechanism or general set of guardrails that we all agree to. But what's also missing, to finish the answering your question, is a platform, an institution to create the guardrails.
Yeah.
And ICANN, with the help of Esther and many of the people in the early days, was created even if those folks really didn't want to create institutions, but they had to. There had to be some place where there was agreement on how these core resources are brought together for the service of humanity. That's missing today.
Okay, we need guardrails
for the digital economy.
But the guardrails would be an interim step, presumably. We must need some kind of new institutions. You do accept that, right?
I have come to the conclusion that without some institutional framework that may not eliminate existing institutions, but rather bring them together through some coordination platform so they agree on these guardrails, I think we're going to continue facing the same issues we see today of a power struggle between those that think they have the power, governments and international multilateral institutions, and those who frankly really have the power.
Well, and it is so complicated with Mark Zuckerberg claiming that TikTok is a threat to democracy, and China having a completely different approach to governance, and then Russia actually currently experimenting with a literally disconnected internet. That's the only time so far that a country has really threatened to effectively stop connecting to the rest of the world, right?
Well, the threat existed in 2013.
The threat existed, but the Russians are actually playing around with it.
And the Russians at the time had created a separate route for the internet, but they were hoping other countries would join them. And there was a real push after Snowden to take this Russian route and tie it to a BRICS route with China, Brazil, and others. And that was frankly my main project, to stop that from happening. So I worked with President Dilma Rousseff at the time, and I convinced her that this would be bad for Brazil. And once she backed off, the whole project fell apart.
That is
but
a story
Russia
in
is
itself.
bringing it back.
Russia's bringing it back now. So Jodi, you believe in guardrails too, or how do you look at this whole set of issues?
Well, first of all, I mean, this is so important in the governance issues. And I think it was Fadi's image, it might have been yours, we had a conversation, was that in a certain sense, Fadi's working on the hardware, and in a certain sense, we work together, and with Nora Abusida, but in a certain sense, I'm working on the software insofar as I'm a Berkeley professor of biotech and health ethics, and I have a lot of thoughts about the content of those guardrails, the ethical content we need. And I'm trying to think, how can I say it in the 1 minute or so we have?
No, we have more than 1 minute.
Well, but I want the audience to participate.
Say what you need to say.
This is something, but the most important thing, I mean, first of all, let me just say, Fadi and I met 3 years ago at Davos. We just met because we heard each other speak, and he introduced me at that time, talking about the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights was Prince Zayed Rad Al Hussein, who's been an incredible hero. And the three of us sat there and said, how can we work towards a digital world that safeguards human rights? And that's language that is sometimes challenging in transnational organizations, but that's how I got interested. And I also do work, I have 2 big research projects on the biotech world, gene editing and ethics, and AI and ethics. But I just want to say for this audience, something I've found that tech audiences don't always know, which is that we're living with a very flattened sense of what ethics are, all of us. Because we're all powerful people, and the powerful people in the world are implicit utilitarians. We all believe, and this is every tech, I've read all the guidelines of all the major tech companies, and they're completely utilitarian. They say, we care about rights and such, but if we can maximize benefit and minimize harm, then gets cast aside. So this is me being an ethics professor, but there's 2 ethical axes, and we're only operating on one, which is the utilitarian axis of where the ends justifies the means, which is if we can produce a great net benefit, we can really sort of do whatever we want. That's the harm-benefit axis, and that's happening as everyone gets into health now and tries to say we can micro-target people and get all kinds of information and manipulate their behavior because we may produce more health. That's harms and benefits, that's utilitarianism. Perpendicular, mostly not coinciding with that, is respect for human rights. Rights are not on the same spectrum as harms and benefits, and people don't seem to remember that. Yeah. And there's research showing that elites are utilitarians, people in power are utilitarians, and ordinary people care more about being treated with respect for their rights. And they say, don't manipulate me and take my rights away because you're going to produce some net health benefit. And that's why I'm in this business with Fadi, is because that's the guardrails, is we have to go back to basic rights that people have. It's not data, it's human beings' lives we're talking about. And
that was very interestingly said. So Fadi, Jody, sorry Fadi, Jody, what would you like to see emerge as a response? You know, I mean, I keep saying institutional because we need to have some structures that we lack. And when you think about that, what do you think about?
Well, we've been working together along with Nora again on looking at where has this worked historically well. And the example, and this was Fadi's idea, was to look at pugwash and where that's the nuclear regulatory and culture and ethos that came from Einstein. You can say a lot more
somebody
about
quickly define pugwash, could you?
Pugwash was July 1957, a meeting in Pugwash, Nova Scotia. It's a town where Albert Einstein brought together many of the physicists at the time to start thinking of guardrails for nuclear technology. And in fact, most of the work that came out of Pugwash, frankly, was the ingredient that made the non-proliferation treaties of latter years. So I think we need a Pugwash for the digital age. It is time. Similarly, in the 70s at Asilomar here, not far from here, Genentech and others came together to create guardrails for biotech. I think we need the same group of people from the digital industry to come together and start thinking about this. And we're hoping to host that meeting in September 2020.
You're trying to bring that together?
Yes.
And who do you want to have there, Jody? Talk
Well, that's just what I was going to say. I think, and of course, I'm a teacher. That's what I am. I'm a Berkeley professor. And so I teach the people getting the doctorates in engineering, the scientists, and I know a lot about the gene editing world that Fadi was just referring to the
issues around CRISPR are quite analogous.
That's my other main.
Yeah.
I've interviewed 50 of the leading CRISPR scientists, gene editing developers. And in both of those, and in digital and AI engineers, what you can see is that folks that are, because I'm also in the world of medicine and health and public health, and I've seen those fields evolve from, in 1961, I'll just add this, 92% of doctors wouldn't even tell a patient they had cancer. Never mind give them any say in their decision making. I've worked in, so this field that's a field that changed and transformed itself radically. Nuclear engineering has transformed itself radically. DNA advisory did, but now we're back, I think we're backslipping. But anyway, what I think we need is that we need to educate future generations of engineers and scientists to be involved from the beginning. And in Pugwash, the scientists and the diplomats and the politicians, the representatives of various popular interest groups all work together. I'd like you to say more about that.
I'm working with Jody at Berkeley to start also a bottom-up approach. So the Pugwash is, quote-unquote, a top-down approach of bringing leaders together to think of the guardrails. But as Jody just said, we need our own engineers and scientists to also grow with a sense of responsibility. So we're starting a big project around the idea of essentially something like a Hippocratic oath for engineers and scientists that they would take as they start.
And allow me to again point to the integration of our program. Tomorrow, Konstantinos Karachalios of the IEEE will be on stage here with me.
And don't miss him.
Talking about these very same issues. He runs the standards division at IEEE, and this point of what engineers need to do differently is central to his concern.
It is.
So it's challenging, though. I think we should let the audience chime in briefly. There's so much to say, and I know we don't have time. First of all, Esther, is there anything you wanted to add to this? If you don't have to. Wait, get the mic, hold on.
Mic to Esther, please.
The other, I think, in a way more interesting question is ICANN really has two roles. One is the sort of engineering bottom infrastructure of the internet. The other is the domain name system, which is really, forgive me, poorly regulated, full of corruption and sleazy marketing practices and stuff like that. And the reality is, most people now type something into Google rather than type in a long domain name. And so to some extent, the role of protecting names and trademarks and so forth is diminishing. As there are more top-level domains, the value of any particular domain name itself kind of disappears. And that's sort of the existential threat to the, quote, interesting part.
Well, what do you think ought to be done at the sort of institutional creation level, if anything, to address, but that's a sort of a sub-problem, although it's indicative of the larger problem. I mean, at the macro level, is there any movement you would like to see specifically?
To some extent, the purpose of ICANN was to fill a vacuum. It was a very appealing vacuum because people thought they could come in and grab power and run the domain name system, or control content by banning domains and stuff like that. And they did a pretty good job. I'd much rather overpay for my domain name than have a government use it to silence me.
Yeah.
But where we head from now, I mean, it's really not ICANN's problem. It's a broader problem.
No, it's not ICANN's problem.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, from the point of, then we talk about Facebook and stuff like that. That's a whole different.
But what do you think about the idea of getting together sort of a bunch of elders to start a process? You might be one of them, in fact.
Sure. But
it'll be in a nice place, I promise.
The world is more complicated. It's easy to set up rules. The challenge is implementing them in a way. I mean, I was talking to Patrick Friedman this morning about seasteading and new sovereign states and stuff like that. The challenge is not the rules; it's fighting the corruption around the rules and the people who take advantage of them. So
Okay, well,
fair point.
That sounds
I'm
disturbingly
hedging
difficult.
on this because it ain't easy.
Well, we've got to wrap, unfortunately. We've got a very machine gun type program format, and we're going to continue this discussion in a lot of ways. Fadi's going to still be around. Jody's going to be around. I hope you'll all continue this discussion. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage.
You're good. Sorry, you're ahead of me.
Worldly with Ann Costa.
Thank you. All right. The machine gun-like program continues. It does. All right, so now that we've fixed the internet, let's try something a little easier, quantum computing. Super simple. So just to get started, how many people here have heard of quantum computing?
And how many people understand what they've heard? Okay.
There we go.
Checking.
That was good. We didn't even rehearse. We didn't even rehearse that. So you've worked for IBM, you've worked for Apple, you have a quantum computing startup now, but the reason you're here today is because you are the co-author of Quantum Computing for Babies.
Yes.
And we've had this conversation before. You have one of the most clear explanations of quantum computing. Bring us up to date and explain it to this audience.
So, greatest thing we ever did was writing a baby's book, amazingly. But a bunch of people have a bunch of different ways to explain quantum computing. And they break those ways in a couple different areas. Sometimes they explain how it works, sometimes they explain what it is, sometimes they explain what it's good for. What I think you should do is, the classic coin example. If I have a two-sided coin, I have a heads and a tails, and I lay it on a two-dimensional plane, my palm, the table, whatever, it can be a 1 or it can be a 0, right? And it can never be in anything but those two states. If I take that same coin and I flip it in the air, is it a 1 or a 0 when it's at that apex of that spin? And the answer is it's in a superposition of both 1 and 0. And so if you think of a bit, it is a 0 or 1 state. And if you think of a qubit, it is a block sphere that we can spin in a bunch of different directions, and from that derive a bunch of different probabilities.
So a quantum computer, a lot of people have not seen what a quantum computer looks like, and they don't look like regular computers. Can you explain, and there's a couple different types, how they actually look?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about, right? So what people don't understand is there's 25 different ways to build a quantum computer. And depending on what way you build it, depends on how much you think that is the only way it can be built. So there's ion traps, where you have lasers that are suspending atomic particles. There's cryogenic-based machines, circuit gate machines. There's annealers. The list goes on and on and on. But basically, most of the quantum computers you're familiar with are the ones you see on the web that are cryogenic chambers. So there's these beautiful brass rings in the chandelier, and at the bottom of it is a little chip. And they're in these giant boxes. And the reason there's nothing in the box with that, and you have 8, 10 feet of space around this thing, is to avoid all the environmental interference. Because these things are not computers right now. Now, this is going to be the biggest change in computing since the history of computing, and I'm betting my career that is going to affect everything we're talking about today, from climate change to disease, et cetera, et cetera. It will dramatically affect the human condition. But right now, they're more really good lab equipment for exploring the landscape than they are a computer. And the reason you need all that environmental shielding is it takes a few microseconds, a few seconds for that state to break, and decoherence sets in. There's not really a computer.
So most people think quantum computing is just a much faster computer. That's not exactly the case. So what is the difference? Why is it not just a faster computer?
Well, that's a great question. So it's faster, but not in the way that people often think about it. So don't think of it as a quantum computer as being faster at like delivering your content or your cat video on YouTube or whatever. Think of it more along the lines of a computer, let's start with that, can only do things we can do with our hands and toes and counting and sheets of paper. It doesn't matter. It would take us 100 years to solve a problem, and the computer can do it in a fraction of a second, right? So there's problems that are computationally complex, NP, NP plus hard, BQP, et cetera. And these problems take a long time for those computers to figure out. It's not that a classical architecture can't solve the problem. It's that it would take it 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. There are problems that we're looking at right now that would take 4.5, 5 million years for a supercomputer to process. So when we say that it's faster in reducing the evaluation time. That's to say, traveling salesperson is a classic example. We want to send somebody to 14 cities. It's about a 10 to the 11th problem. My computer does about 10 to the 9th on my laptop. 1,600 seconds or so, we can work out all of the possibilities and find the optimized path. If we go from 14 cities to 22 cities, that same computer takes close to 2,000 years. Right? So as we put a number of extra inputs, the evaluation time soars, those are also happen to be the problems in chemistry, in drug discovery, in new energy sources and battery technologies. Some of these problems just take forever. So it's not that we have an infrastructure that won't do it. It's that none of us want to wait around 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years to find the answer to that problem.
So there's a ton of investment in this category. IBM is in there, Google is in there. There are nation states that are sinking possibly billions of dollars into quantum computing research. Where does StrangeWorks fit into that equation as a small startup based in Austin that you run?
Well, first of all, every nation in the world sees this as a national defense strategy. They see it as part of their plan. China has invested tens of billions of dollars. There's a lot. My shirt is open at the bottom. I'm just going to read that out.
They wouldn't have noticed, yeah.
Thanks all of you for telling me. No hand signals, nothing.
It's live stream
Great
too.
audience. Best audience ever. Appreciate it, guys. Good to know you have my back. But these countries have invested a ton of money into this because of encryption, because of quantum communications, being able to send messages that no one could intercept, right? There's definitely that investment. Microsoft, IBM, Google, Amazon, everybody, Alibaba, et cetera, they're investing in it as well. Where we fit in is everybody that's investing in it believes that it'll be a vertically integrated solution. That is to say that there will be one quantum computer with one software stack, and that will be the one that you use. And that has never happened in the history of any technology ever. I think it's a ridiculous proposal. I think it prevents the democratization of the technology, and I think it limits access so severely that it's why we don't have better quantum computers now. It's such a small group of people working on them. There are 23 million developers worldwide. There are tens of millions of research scientists, and I want to democratize the access to not just one quantum computer, but to all of them, because as we said earlier, they do different things. You know, an annealer will give you a different answer than a circuit gate will give you a different answer than an ion trap. They don't work in the same way as what we think of when we think of a classical architecture. So I think it's really important to democratize that technology. And I think it's more important to make sure that we start creating a feedback loop where the people who are using the machines are driving the design of the machines.
So you're really focusing on sort of the software side of quantum computing, whereas a lot of the big companies are focusing on the hardware side. Let's build the computer. You want to help train and find that next generation of developers to actually program it and solve problems with it.
Well, sure. I think I disagree with the thought that these are going to be computers in the way that everybody in the field thinks they're going to be. I think of it more like a GPU, TPU, QPU, right? Think of it this way. We used to cross the United States in wagons. And that took 6 months, and somebody died along the way, and maybe you had to eat them. I don't know. It was weird, okay? And then we got the railroad, and 6 months went to a week. But no matter how far we went, eventually you reach an ocean, okay? And then air travel came along, and we're able to travel more extensively around the globe. But air travel didn't get rid of trains, right? There's still trains everywhere. It augmented it. It provided a new capability. Well, these machines, which I believe will end up being co-processors rather than giant machines, I mean, think about it. 10 by 10 box is one quantum computer. It's not like a server rack that you have, right, in your data center. So I think eventually these things will come down to co-processors, and that we'll use them not as the sole source, but to augment classical computing. So for example, what we do in our software is we let you do full program execution. We believe that you're going to write software the same way you do. There's some computational complexity. You'll send that to a quantum computer, get that calculation back or that answer you need, and then you'll continue writing code. That part, though, still requires a quantum workforce, or a workforce that is educated on quantum computing.
And we were talking yesterday that it really is a different type of programming. It's not the same. You're not just going to be a developer that works in a classical model and they'll be able to translate those skills directly into quantum. It takes a different mindset.
Well, this is funny. This is a loaded question because 2 years ago when I started this company, I gave a keynote at South by Southwest, and I was like, developers will own quantum computing, and we talked about this in an interview afterwards. And then a year later, I was like, okay, let's get real. You can't take a developer and turn them into a quantum computing developer overnight. And we don't even know what a quantum computing developer looks like, right? But what we do know is this. Abstraction at this point doesn't help, meaning that you can't just say, oh, call the teleportation call. Because if everything breaks, and you know it's breaking when you called that, you have to understand something about quantum teleportation to debug it and fix it. It's a very interesting shift, and it is going to be a dynamic, a giant power shift. I mean, the thing I say that upsets all my friends in AI everywhere is like, quantum computing, not AI, is the space race of our day. This, if there was a 1 million qubit quantum computer and I dropped it in the middle of Tokyo or San Francisco or New York or wherever, there would be nobody who even had a remote idea of how to use it, right? I mean, we're missing a big gap there. And it's going to affect things so dramatically. I mean, I cannot emphasize that enough. It's not because I'm in quantum computing. I, 6 years ago, started looking at this area, started studying it on my own, and I was like getting more and more convinced of like, wow, this is not a new processor comes out, or we use GPUs, or now there's TensorFlow. This is a complete shift in the way everything works. It will drive economic changes. It will put enterprises out of business that aren't prepared for it. It's incredible. And when I go to Washington, D.C., when I travel around the world, when I talk to the UN or I'm at CERN, it's phenomenal that not enough people are paying attention to the change that is happening right in front of their eyes. It's incredible.
One of the big concern with quantum computing, you often hear it's going to be able to break encryption. That you'll be able to break encryption, and it's one of the benchmarks for how strong and how far quantum has come. Breaking encryption would basically destroy the entire internet economy. Is that something we need to be concerned about?
Look, so it will break encryption. Of that, there's no doubt. When? Maybe tomorrow, maybe some tomorrow, 36 months from now. Don't know. But that's not where the danger is. Where the danger is that once you get enough qubits, and there's different formulas, some people think it's 4,096 logical qubits, some people think it's millions, but when you get enough qubits to break, say, an RSA key, the way we've traditionally encrypted documents is we say time and resource. If you have enough time and enough resource, you can break anything, so we make it where it would take you 100,000 years and a bunch of money, and so therefore our stuff is safe. It's kind of a ridiculous way to protect data, right? And so the problem isn't that it's going to do it. The problem is that once it does it, our traditional response would be making the key length longer and making the problem harder. But once we break that, no matter what you do on that key length, it's going to continue to be able to break it with the same efficiency, right? So you're going to be looking in the next 5 years, next 10 years for sure, at completely new models of how we protect data. And there's all types of things that stem off of that. Post-quantum encryption, post-quantum cryptography, right? And those things are being worked on. They're being valuable. So I think we'll have some changes. But then when I go around, I talk to people and I figure out how many people don't know that this is coming. It worries me that we won't be prepared with those new forms of encryption. And that, of course, leads to things like a quantum internet, right? So an internet where there is absolutely no way anybody is going to intercept our data. That sounds great, but there's other physics problems with it. For example, in a quantum internet scenario, there was a paper that said, well, if 3 actors set off a quantum pulse at the right points on a network location, it would destroy the network. When we say destroy the network, we don't mean like your servers got hacked. We mean that the quantum mechanics actually just disappear, like the network doesn't exist anymore technically, right? So there's a bunch of things that we're starting to play with in this realm of quantum mechanics and computing that have never been done before that are completely fascinating, and it's kind of like science fiction meets science fact, and there's things every month that I'm looking at going like, that's insane.
And you really need to have a physics background to understand the concepts, because when you talk about quantum teleportation, you're literally talking about teleportation. That's not a code. That's not a software or term of art. Like, you're talking about teleportation.
Yeah, I mean, the way I like people to think about it is, in the early days of computers, you had to be an electrical engineer in order to program a computer because you had to understand the flow of electricity between the gates. And by the way, at that point in time, electrical engineers were like, we're obviously the only people that will ever be able to program computers. But enter 13-year-old hacker kid, right? And so in the early days of quantum computing, you really need to know a lot about the physics or be on a team where you have that expertise or whatever to do that. And much like that, I think that by democratizing this software, by getting more people educated on the topic and really pushing this forward, I believe that we'll get not only more advanced technology and get to some solutions that will really help the human condition, but more importantly, we'll have it even. I mean, you can't tell me that there's not some really bright student at some college somewhere in the world that's not an MIT or a Stanford or a UT or A&M or whatever that couldn't use that compute time as effectively or doesn't have a good as idea. I think for us to really see the benefits of quantum computing, we need to get it in as many hands as possible, and that also affects that encryption problem, right? The more people using it, the more people working and thinking about these ideas. I come from an open source background, and so a good deal of what we're doing is building community and trying to use the same stuff that happened in open source to democratize technologies, to do that with this technology as well.
So real quick, a couple of weeks ago, Google announced that they had achieved quantum supremacy, that they had solved a problem that would be impossible for conventional classical computing to solve. IBM came out with a release, I think even before they released their paper, saying, no, we can do that. Just give us a couple of days.
Yeah.
Who's right?
It's a weird situation. So I'm.
It can be both.
I'm not going to wade
at the same time.
I'm not going to wade into that battle. I will tell you this though. Unlike any technology I've been around, there is such a focus on winning a Nobel Prize or changing the world or ruining the financial industry or whatever these goals are, that it was a weird situation. Google's paper got leaked by NASA. Anybody with the internet remembers everything, right? So they were like, well, don't worry, we took it off the internet. And of course, all of us had it and we're reading it. IBM hadn't seen Google make an announcement and seemed to lose patience, and they wrote a blog post that says, nope, and also want to use a real computer? Come see us, right? And it came out 2 days, and 2 days later, Google's on the cover of Nature with like, greatest quantum breakthrough ever. So it was kind of a catastrophe from that standpoint. And some of the other physicists said, oh, we saw this same thing Google is saying they see in their lab 2 years ago, right? The same phenomenon. But it doesn't matter to me because I was just glad that it took it so much further in the mainstream that people are starting to pay more attention to it. There is no standard for benchmarking a quantum computer. I'm the chair of the IEEE Quantum Computing Standards Group. We've got a team working on that. We'll get it there. We'll probably use tomography or something to measure these machines and see which ones, how you can compare them. So, and saying something supreme, is a little bit, it's the wrong term of art in my opinion. Because every quantum computer is attached to what? A classical computer that manages all of the functions of it. And they have no memory. So you're taking this data from the classical computer's memory, cooling it down to almost absolute zero, doing the processing, and then warming it back up and putting it on this machine. So I think this whole delineation between this is something that's superior to another one is the wrong way to look at it. I think thinking it's a computer is the wrong way to look at it. It's an amazing coprocessor that will help us solve some of the most urgent problems that we're facing as a society today, and it's super important.
60 seconds left. We've got, what is the most urgent problem that you're looking forward to help solve with quantum computing?
So haven't announced it, one announcement, I keep teasing it, but climate change, right? I totally agree with what David and everybody were saying up here. It's something that has been ignored for a long time, and I think like any complex system, things start building up, and it's, we're seeing the tip of the iceberg now, but we're gonna see the entire iceberg soon. And I think climate science is too easy to disprove. I think that one of the problems we have in having climate deniers is that I can look at almost any study and say, well, there's where there's a thing, and they're over these long period of times. I think if we used quantum sensors, put them out in the world, with some quantum computing, there's a way to build a project and infrastructure in which you could do much closer measurements and be like, look, this happened and here's a change, and that's absolutely undeniable. And this happens and there's a change and there's undeniable. I think that will help sway that, hopefully.
Let's take our score here. How many people feel like they understand quantum computing a little bit better now?
None? Okay.
I'm gonna call that an improvement. Do you have a surprise at the dinner tonight? Are you gonna bring your iPad to the Geek
So
Dinner?
yeah, so if anybody's interested, so our software, unlike a lot of things in quantum computing, actually works, and you can run on simulators or quantum computers or whatever. And if you come to the quantum dinner, I'll have my iPad. And
It's a quantum dinner now?
Well, okay. I mean, the AI people are there too, apparently. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But I'll have my iPad, and we can actually do some quantum computing if you want to really understand how it works.
Excellent. Whirly, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage Chief Sustainability Officer, Nestle Waters North America, David Techonomy. Go.
Thank you. Hey, David.
How you doing, Steve?
Good. Welcome to Techonomy.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So you've been in the job at Nestle North America for about 9 months, is that right?
Yes.
And how's it going?
It's going great.
Good. So just to sort of set the table a little bit, Nestle North America, you guys are first the world's largest bottled water company. You've got a bizarrely diverse portfolio of brands. You've got Pellegrino, Arrowhead, Deer Park, Poland Spring. Did I get most of them?
Aquapana.
Aquapana. There you go. So obviously everyone knows that there's a plastics problem. In fact, it's a crisis around the world.
Absolutely.
Give us some context about the severity of the crisis
Sure.
and how we got to this point.
So today there's over 8 million metric tons of plastics that end up in the ocean every year. And basically that's equivalent to about 1 garbage truck per minute dumping plastic into the ocean. And all of that equates to about $1 billion that is just being thrown up and polluting our oceans. 80% of that comes from the land. So we know where the sources are, we know what the issues are, and it is definitely, we've achieved a tipping point. And as you mentioned, I joined 9 months ago. I joined Nestle Waters because I felt Nestle Waters was in the best position to really achieve a waste-free future, and that's what we're working toward with all of our products that we have and ones that we're planning on coming out with. Personally, as I was going through the interview process, I had on my desk the June 2018 edition of National Geographic, Planet or Plastic. And it was then that I realized this is why I need to work for Nestle Waters. I need to be a part of this. They're positioned to really solve this. And so as part of coming on board, I had an opportunity to participate in the Ocean Plastics Leadership Summit. So there was over 150 people representing lots of different brands, lots of different environmental NGOs, different thought leaders in this space. And we went out into the North Atlantic Gyre, and I literally came face to face with floating plastic in the middle of the ocean. And it was personally very disturbing. And, to make sure that I fully understood this problem, I even asked to room with Greenpeace. So we were roommates for 4 days on the boat. Yeah, and it was eye-opening. And we do have a crisis, but I'm really passionately and personally committed to solving it. And I've got the backing of Nestle Waters to be a part of the solution and move towards a waste-free future. I mean, we're breaking the rules, and that's how we've done what we've done and what we're going to continue to do.
Yep. It's worth putting a sharper point on how severe the crisis is. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is very sort of recycling and sustainability focused, estimates that by the year 2050, we may have more plastic in our oceans than fish.
Yes.
Right. That's a pretty sobering projection.
That's the garbage truck dumping in for a minute, every year to 2050.
Mm-hmm. So more Americans than ever are prioritizing environmental protections, but yet recycling rates in the U.S. have not really progressed. How do you explain that gap?
So you're right. Americans are more concerned than ever and want to be a part of the solution, but they're really confused. The industry hasn't done a good job communicating, exactly what is recyclable or what is recycled material. And we're a nation on the go, and we prioritize convenience. And unfortunately, we just did a study, and 42% of Americans feel it's easier to throw plastic out than it is to recycle. And people in rural areas have even a worse opportunity. So they're at like 54, 56% feel it's easier to throw out plastic.
And is that because there's not an infrastructure in place to facilitate recycling or something else?
There is infrastructure, but it's not convenient. And I mean, we need to make recycling as easy it is to throw something out. And unfortunately, we just haven't done that yet. So we've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Let's talk about Nestle's plastics recycling evolution, which we wrote about in the magazine.
Yeah.
Give us a sense of the two big goals that you've set to boost the usage of recycled material in your plastic products.
Yeah, since joining Nestle Waters, there's 3 numbers that keep me up at night that I keep thinking about: 6, 4, and 2. So this will give you a little context of what we're doing and how scale matters. So there's 6 billion pounds of this type of plastic. It's called PET. So
which means what?
Polyethyl terephthalate. So, in other words, it's the number 1 that you might see in the triangle. By the way, the little triangle in here, what it means is where it came from, not necessarily where it's going. So, whenever you see that little triangle embossed on a piece of plastic, again, it tells you where it came from, not necessarily where it's going or will it be recycled or not. So that adds to the confusion, but there's 6 billion pounds of this used in the US every year. Only 2 billion is recovered and recycled. So there's 4 billion that's landfilled or incinerated or unfortunately finds itself in the environment. These bottles were never meant to be thrown out. They're meant to be recycled. Of the 2 billion that is recycled, that's that 30%. 2 billion out of 6 billion. Only 350 to 400 million pounds are made from achieve food grade level qualities, which we need. So in terms of scale, if Nestle Waters was to buy all that 350 to 400 million pounds, that's what we would need to do to move to 100%. So we'd have to buy everything available. And there's a lot of companies trying to buy that, which is great. There's definitely not a demand side problem here. There's a supply side problem. We need to increase the amount of food grade and all recycled plastic.
But you've set 2 very specific goals. Can you explain what they are and what are some of the key steps you're doing to get there?
So we've set 2 goals. One is to achieve 25% recycled content in all of our still water format.
Across the portfolio.
Across the portfolio, across all the brands that Stephen had mentioned. By 2021. By 2025, we want to achieve 50%. And embedded in that, part of that, Poland Spring will achieve 100% recycled content by 2022. So that means we're making bottles with these bottles. So a circular economy is achievable. We're doing it right now. Here in California with the Arrowhead brand, we've been at 50% recycled content since 2012. Or that's when we started incorporating it. So it is possible, but you got to break the rules in order to do it. I mean, plastic today is a commodity like corn, soy, steel, and generally those are traded and bought on a day-to-day basis following an index. And in order to really secure long-term supplies, we have to do long-term contracts. We need to move from transactional relationships into really partnership-based strategic relationships. So that's, I guess, breaking the rules. We view plastic as a strategic resource, and it's really key to our long-term success.
Nestle, at Nestle North America, you guys talk often about designing for recyclability. Like, what does that even mean, and how does it play itself out?
So there's a good way to design packaging, and there's a bad way to design packaging. And part of the reason why only 30% is recycled in the US today is because not all packaging is designed efficiently, effectively. Let me give you an example. So when these bottles go through the recycling process, basically they're collected, they're taken to a material recovery facility, they're baled in a big bale, that's sent to a plastic processor. That processor will grind these up and then wash them to remove the contaminants. During that wash phase is critical. So let me just give you an example. This label comes off, smooth, no adhesive on there. When companies design their labels with really strong adhesives or inks that stay on the bottle, that will contaminate the plastic. And what happens is that 2 billion pounds has to be made into carpet or made into the bags. I'll tell you, have you ever been to Whole Foods and you bought one of those blue bags or Trader Joe's and it says made from 10 plastic bottles? That's horrible. That's the worst use of a plastic bottle, is to make it into a reusable bag. We want to make it into another bottle. And in order to do that, you have to design it in ways that keeps the plastic really clean as it goes through the recycling process. Even the caps are critical in the materials that are used so that they can go through the process without contaminating the plastic, the PET.
Sure. Any questions for David from the audience? I see a question here. Can you introduce yourself? Is a microphone coming? If you can talk loudly, that'd be awesome.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Brooks, and we'll come to you in a second. All the way in the back, please.
Okay. So I'm originally from Germany, and we have the word recycling in Germany, and it means something completely different. It means refilling bottles and reusing them. It's done for beer, for waters, for sodas, all sorts of drinks. And I wonder why that is not a thing in the US, because clearly that should have a better ecological equation.
David.
Yeah. So part of our business includes aluminum cans, glass bottles, and plastic, but it also includes returnable, refillable containers. So the 5-gallon water bubblers, as they were being referred to out there, is a big part of our business. We sell 60 million of them. So we are definitely promoting refillable, reusable containers, but there is a difference in what recycling means. And so in the US, we have a lot of education that we need to do, and people don't understand what is recycled content or recyclable. So this is 100% recyclable, and this bottle is made with 100% recycled content. And here you mentioned Germany that has like a 98% recycling rate, and that includes the use of refillable bottles. Here in California, it's 78%. But there's a lot of places across the country where it's 0%. So on average, it's 30%, but we've got a long way to go. And again, as I mentioned, coming on to Nestle Waters, we're all about breaking the rules. Business as usual will not solve this problem. So in addition to committing really bold, ambitious goals to move toward 100% recycled content, we also are introducing products and services that will absolutely disrupt this business. So We announced earlier this year, Refill Plus, which is a personalized, customized hydration station, which we'll be rolling out next year. And we're doubling down and scaling our returnable, refillable water business as well.
Thanks, David. Brooks, is there a... Perfect.
Oh, sorry, here I am. So a couple of years ago, I saw some news that recycling often doesn't really get recycled, that companies like China were no longer accepting all of our recycling materials. I guess we were selling it to China. And that most of our recycling still goes into landfills, maybe because it's not properly cleaned or whatever. Can you give an update on whether or not that has evolved at all?
Yeah. So recycling does work. I want everyone to understand recycling does work when the packages are designed properly and the right materials are used. Not all plastics are created equally. And also, certain formats or forms are not easily recycled in the current infrastructure that we have. So, over the years, you had mentioned the recycling rate has been stagnant at about 30%. Even when material was shipping over to China, this sort of plastic, highly valuable, highly recycled, that 30% was consistent. What we were doing was sending over a lot of highly contaminated, low-value plastics, which went over, and anything with a value was recycled, but then everything else, unfortunately, if it was too contaminated, it wasn't properly disposed of. When China stopped taking that contaminated, low-value material, it really brought to light problems in our current infrastructure, recycling infrastructure, where investments really haven't been made for a really long time. And it's critical, in order to improve the recycling rates, we have to get investment, we have to get money that's waiting on the sidelines into and investing in the infrastructure. We need to de-risk that capital that's sitting out there in large impact funds to provide the latest innovation and upgrades to the recycling infrastructure.
Thank you. Is there one more question for David? Hang on, there's a mic coming right behind you. Introduce yourself, please.
I'm John Corrigan, CEO of a company called Summit Sync. How do you think about your strategies with like waste management and other large garbage companies in the United States and around the world?
Yeah, so we look at it as resource recovery. We don't like to call anything waste. We're trying to get rid of waste. We're trying to achieve a waste-free future. So those companies play a key role. In order to break the rules, we're looking at how do we go more vertical with our business? How do we have unique partnerships? As I mentioned, we need to move away from transactional index-based business to really strategic partnerships. So basically, we view resource recovery companies as a key strategic resource and a key strategic partner to achieve a waste-free future.
Great, we're out of time. Great insights. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage.
Boy, that's quite a title you had there at WeWork.
I know.
Imagine, I think we'll try and find out what that meant. But when we talk about WeWork, and it seems like we do a lot of talking about WeWork lately, everyone has an opinion, including my Uber driver bringing me over here. Lakshmi had an interesting job, Director of Workplace Connection. And when we think of WeWork, everyone who has an opinion, which is all of us, talks about crazy valuation. They talk about dysfunctional management, perhaps. They talk about a brand new and yet not quite proven business model.
Yeah.
My
we're gonna
favorite,
get to the good stuff, right?
all the
Yeah.
good stuff. And my favorite is the quite beautiful Gulfstream 650 they had.
Never saw it.
I have a little plane envy, no question about it. But rather than just assume that all of it was bad and there was excess and a sign at the top, I had the opportunity to be introduced by a new friend of mine, Doug McMillan, Doug worked as a head of communications at WeWork, and he now has joined a firm called Copperfield, run by Andy Whitehouse. And it's an interesting strategic marketing firm. They do some really incredible work. And he introduced me to you just recently, just several weeks ago. And I thought, what an opportunity to say, okay, we know what the headlines are, but this is an unbelievable laboratory. What lessons are there to be learned? And when I heard what your role was, and then when we had a chance to meet, I said, this is something we really can learn from. And all of us who manage an enterprise of more than one person is concerned about culture in the workplace, culture in general, and in particular in the workplace. And WeWork changed a lot of things. So rather than ask you what things did we learn, let's start a little bit about learning what Lakshmi is all about. You grew up, your parents were born in India. You grew up outside of Chicago.
Yeah, outside Chicago. And kind of had a meandering journey, I think I told you about. So I went to college and dropped out pretty early on. And
where did you go?
I went to Johns Hopkins. Yeah, not a place that people drop out from a lot. So,
but then you went pursuing a real career aspiration of yours.
Yes, I became a bartender. Yes, I did.
Being an Irish Catholic kid from Queens, New York, that was a genetic requirement for me, but not for you.
No, not a lot of Indian bartenders. I was a bartender for about 3 years after that. And part of the reason I became a bartender, which I think sometimes people have a hard time believing now, is I actually had a really hard time talking to people and connecting with them, which is part of why I dropped out of college. Just did not feel like I fit in, didn't feel like I could
Academically,
really make
you were
friends.
fine, but socially, you never connected?
Okay, so academically, I wasn't doing that great either.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming.
It's all out now.
But I think they're tied. But I mean, it's true when you feel isolated and don't feel like you belong. I can't imagine it's very easy to do well in school either. Yeah. So I left and.
See, I felt very comfortable socially, but academically, I wasn't up to it.
Okay, well, you're well adjusted then. I don't know.
I'm in progress.
Okay. So I did that for about 3 years, and then I went back to school and finished, and then became a bartender again.
Now
did that
you're
again.
certified.
Yeah. But I also started working very closely with community organizers in Chicago.
So you're the second Chicago community organizer I know.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, I actually have never
We
met
won't go
him,
into
but yes, there's a couple of community organizers. But I think what I learned from that process is how important it is to get to know people on a personal one-to-one level. Because community organizers, what they do, as we know, they are literally going door to door and getting to know who lives in the community, and then hopefully mobilizing them on election day. And then after that, I went and worked in brand strategy.
You went to work for a big Chicago firm.
Yes, went to work for a big
Did
Chicago
that come
ad
from your
firm.
bartending job?
Did that come from my bartending job?
Did you meet people bartending that caused you to go to work there?
No, but that would have been a really cool.
That would have been a good story.
I
think we could change it.
I know, we should make that up.
For the book.
Yes. No, I did not. But I went to grad school and then worked at a big agency. And while I was at that agency, I had this idea for how I was going to transform the dating world. And I ended up starting my own offline singles event business. Offline, yes. And this was back in 2009, 2010. So at that time, doing offline events and trying to take things away from the computer and apps was actually pretty revolutionary. People thought it was not a good idea.
So staged local events?
So yes, local events. And this was right before Tinder came out. So, and I always, when I do talks about this part of my life.
You have to go slow, I'm old. Tinder, you know.
Well, I usually have to remind people that there was a world before Tinder. And it was great. So I started designing offline events because it was when online dating was really, really taking off. And one of the things I started noticing about people is they started acting out as if they were a consumer of other people rather than a human. And so if you look at how a lot of online dating
running
apps,
down a checklist all the time.
right, yeah.
So they are very much designed after e-commerce principles. And so what you do when people engage in that platform, they actually turn into consumers of other people. And so I remember thinking like, wow, like a lot of the things we're talking about, this is really great. There are going to be a lot of benefits from having these online dating apps, but we're going to lose something in the process. And so,
But as I walk around any of our offices, I would say probably 75% of the young people, oh, I'm getting married. Well, how did you guys meet? I would say 75% say they've met online.
yeah, and those numbers are going up. And it's not that there's not something good from it, but when you really talk to people, you will also hear how horrible the experience is. You'll hear both.
Yep.
And so I really wanted to...
The experience of using an online app or the experience of getting married? Married a long time, so you know. All good.
We should interview you. Yes, that
So
experience.
tell me what one of these offline events would look like.
So they were, I had a particular format that I used that would help people not talk about what would be on their online dating profile, but the things that usually take a little while in order to get to know somebody. So I was trying to get people out of pitch mode, because that's very much how the apps are set up. You have to kind of pitch yourself.
Yep.
And typically the system is built so that people are reduced down to 4 key data points: age, weight, height, income, right? And as we know, whenever we reduce people to things like that, we start to forget that people are multidimensional. They have stories, they have backgrounds, they have so much more to offer. And those are actually the ingredients of connection, not just those 4 data points. So I organized these events. They were in person, and there were so many little and large things that we did to really get people kind of out of their heads and into getting to know other people. But we always did interesting things so that people had a real reason to connect. So I'll just give you one example. So one of the things, and it's hard to think about this, but one of the things that prevents a lot of people from dating is especially in big cities, is if they don't live on adjacent subway lines, right? It sounds silly, but you'll meet a nice guy and then they're like, oh, I'm on the G, and you're like, can't do it, right? And I was doing these events in Chicago, and so there's 2 subway lines. There's the red line and the brown line, and those are the 2 subway lines that have the most transfer points. So I did an event one time, so in order to come to the event, you had to live on one of those 2 subway lines, right? And so, it sounds silly, but if you think about it, where you live, what subway line you live off has a lot to do with what you do and your identity. And so all of a sudden, people were connecting on a very genuine piece of information.
So you're this shy girl, becomes a bartender to be where the action is, so you don't feel uncomfortable. You migrate into this dating world, and how do you wind up at WeWork?
So I did this singles event idea, and then I got approached by Match.com, and they had just started their offline events business. So I went there for 3.5 years and helped really design, think about how do you design the offline experience. And then I left, and then I went back to bartending. I think I got to be a bartender again. And then while I was doing that, I got a call from WeWork. They wanted me to come do a talk. And I did a talk about how the principles of dating actually had a lot of application in the workplace. Yep. The same way that we make snap judgments in dating, we tend to do that in the workplace. And how do you cultivate interactions in the workplace?
So were you in Dallas at that time?
I was in Dallas.
With Match, and now they recruit you to New York in sort of a whirlwind kind of fashion.
Yes, it happened very quickly.
Yep.
So I did a talk, I remember, on May 8th, and I was fully moved in New York City by June 11th. Yeah,
Works?
It was fast, yeah.
And you're there to do what?
So when I first got there, I think they just said, hey, whatever you did over there in the dating world, can you bring some of that here? So I spent just a couple of months kind of assessing, and I saw a lot of people talk about culture and community quite frankly, in platitudes. Like that these things matter, but there didn't seem to be a lot of understanding of how to actually do it. When you bring people together, when you design an offsite, when you design a happy hour, when you're trying to get teams to know each other, when you're trying to break down silos, there seemed to be a lot of awareness of the importance of it, but not a lot of understanding of how to actually design for it. So about 3 months in, I said, I think what we need workplace connection. Because right now, connection is sort of the thing that everyone is experiencing. And one of the ways I talk about connection is to first talk about disconnection. And disconnection is all the ways that we can feel unseen, unheard, or that we don't matter, we're just a number. And that can happen in so many different ways. It can happen, it's the unanswered text message, it's getting ghosted, it's your idea not being attributed to you. So when all of these feelings accumulate in people—
Is that particularly prevalent in a shared work environment, or?
I think every workspace has its own sort of— every company needs to do its own disconnection audits. Every company is unique. And so,
I'm
yeah.
crazy curious about, well, how do they measure what Lakshmi is doing if she's in charge of workplace connectivity? And one example you gave me was several people who were employers in workspace complained to you about their people weren't making it into a productive work environment on Monday mornings.
Yes.
Quickly enough. It was like they were starting to get going at 10 o'clock. And so they called you to say, could you help us figure this out? And you determined it was what?
Okay, yes, I know what you're referring to. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with Slack, and Slack tends to, it does some really great things. It can bring people together around a common interest. And as you can imagine—
Both work-related and non-work-related.
Yeah, and not work-related, yes. And so I'm sure a lot, I'm hoping there's a lot of Game of Thrones fans in this room, but I'm sure a lot of people may have noticed that Monday mornings were difficult in the office the day after the show aired. And so I started to notice that this channel was like on fire Monday mornings, right? Just everybody was like analyzing the show and wanting to figure out what happened. And so we tend to think about in the workplace bringing people together around common interests. But to take it a level deeper, what you really want to look at is a common need state. So it'd be one thing to have a Game of Thrones, fan club or something in your office. That to me is sort of basic, and that's fine. But what I really noticed is what people needed is they needed support on Monday morning to process the show. And so I just wrote something. I said, hey, would you guys like a Monday morning support group? Because clearly there's a lot to discuss. And then everyone just went nuts and said, yes, that's what I need on Monday morning.
A Monday morning support group
and so,
for Game of Thrones
enthusiasts. Yes, exactly. And so what you're doing is you're taking all of these people that are online and probably not getting started, and we had a breakfast at 8 a.m. on Monday morning.
Now that's devious.
Yeah. Well, why?
Well, because they're not starting until 10. Now you lure them in.
Yeah, with food. Yeah, and conversation. But what was really great is there was all these people, and I remember saying the first day, like, have any of you ever met? And they were like, no. And so it was sort of like taking this seed that was this community that was forming on Slack, and then figuring out the right moment to activate their in-person connection.
I shared with Lakshmi a story about a friend of mine in New York runs a mid-market commercial and investment bank. And he had 2 of his 30 bankers were stationed at the WeWork space at 85 Broad Street, the old Goldman building. And at the end of the year, he looked, and they were the 2 most productive bankers of his 30-person team. And it was because they just hung out at the WeWork space where they had all these new companies forming, and became their friends, became their banker, helped them with their capital structures. And so he closed all his offices and moved the other 28 bankers into different WeWork spaces around New York and the outer boroughs. So did you see that frequently, where people were finding the fact that this environment itself was a fertile place to be?
Yeah, I was focused mostly on headquarters,
Yep.
So our internal employees. But yeah, I mean, what I was really, like I said, I think every community, every culture, every company has its own things that you need to look out for. For WeWork specifically, it was rapid growth, right? So I was always monitoring that and seeing like
so
how to welcome.
So were you more focused on the WeWork team or the people who were in who were using your space?
Right. So I was mainly focused on headquarters, on corporate employees. But what I was doing was beta testing and prototyping programs and events that we would eventually move into.
Roll out.
Yes, move into our member spaces.
Yep. anything really surprised you in terms of what you learned there? I remember you did a program where you tried to get people to know one another quickly, and you asked them to tell you something that they would like to learn.
Yes. So I've prototyped a lot of different programs. Like some of them will be like 2 days, some of them will be 2 hours, some of them will be 6 weeks. And so I was constantly trying to figure out, how do you get to know your coworkers in a more multidimensional way, but also not force intimacy. And I think that's really important. I think sometimes we think that everyone at work should become friends, and I actually don't think that that's true at all. I think what you want to do is you just want to create a space for people to get to know each other a little bit more deeply. And if a friendship comes out of it, that's great. But I try really hard to never force vulnerability or never overstep my boundaries.
You mean the bagels don't do it?
They can sometimes. It just depends. Yeah, it depends on the timing, the place, and the purpose.
Yep.
So that's a lot of what I was doing, was trying to figure out, what do people need in this moment and how much are they ready for?
You told me about a fellow who had a daughter at home, and his big confession was?
That he didn't know how to braid his daughter's hair. So I'd done this group one time, and it was a 6-week journey with this group. And their very, very last assignment is they had to work on one thing that they had been meaning to learn. And a lot of times you'll hear what people say, like, oh, I want to learn this or I want to learn that. But there's something very specific in that question. What's something you've been meaning to learn? Because there's a tension in it. There's something incomplete. And so you actually hear about people's personal lives when they answer this question. And it won't be something like, I want to learn how to do a pivot table. It'll be something, a little bit more personal. And so he said that his wife had been asking him to learn how to do this to make their life a little bit easier.
Get her out the door in the morning to school.
Yes. But what's important about that story is it wasn't too personal. It was something he was ready and willing to share. And we got to learn a little bit more about him in the process.
Well, Lakshmi is just recently out of WeWork. As you may have heard, there's some bigger changes afoot there. And I know if I were looking, and I think I will be looking for a head of workplace connectivity, I think all I've done today is toss a ball in front of the tennis net, and Pete Sampras is on the other side. And you're going to have a wonderful opportunity over the next couple of days to interact with Lakshmi and hear her stories about some of the amazing things she did to get people to form relationships in the workplace that were productive and very beneficial to them and their everyday lives. Thank you, Lakshmi.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome back to the stage, Josh Campbell.
So, are we on? So I met Mark Brand about a year ago at a dinner in San Francisco. It was one of these 20-person salon dinners. We like to host them. And his story was really compelling about food and restaurants and how they could serve the community and the workforce. And he just reminded me, actually, we were on an email chain with Jim even before that, but we had never connected in person. So that was our first time connecting. Mark is going to be actually cooking us all dinner tomorrow night amidst the redwoods at Mountain Terrace. And so before I introduced him, I wanted to play a little bit of a clip from what you guys will expect tomorrow night. We also have 5-time Grammy nominee Skylar Grey playing tomorrow night right after dinner. So we'll play a quick clip of Skylar.
You'll always be my hero. Even though you've lost your mind, you're just gonna stand there and watch me burn. Well, that's alright, because I like the way it hurts. You're just gonna stand there and hear me cry. Well, that's alright, because I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie.
So for those of you familiar with that, she wrote that song for Eminem and Rihanna, went to the top of the chart. She'll be performing it tomorrow night after dinner. So before I welcome Mark up here, he has a quick video. Once the video's done, Mark will come up and let's check that video.
I believe that food is the conduit to love and to show people that we really deeply care about them and their success, and that every time we do the opposite, it is the opposite. It's disrespecting people. When you live that, even if it's briefly, it affects you forever. Because when you are in that, it's the loneliest place in the world, but also you feel like everybody thinks you're garbage. I want to be that person that's there for somebody else when this comes into that place. I want to build an entire structure that's ready to help people. When I was looking at traditional meal programs that were being served by government and by other folks all across North America, I was nothing short of disgusted. It was really upsetting because the metric of success is how many people you can feed, not how many people you can feed well. Somebody says, hey, can I have some money because I'm hungry? Which happens all day, every day in every city that we know of. Most people ignore them, most people won't talk to them. So instead of pretending that that's not a thing that people don't ignore and they don't give money, I just asked everybody why they don't give money. And they said, I don't give money because I don't trust people with it that I think they'll use for drugs or alcohol. Now that bias sucks, but it's real. So we have to address it as real. Just says sandwich. It's only redeemable for a sandwich. You can't trade it for cash. It's not worth any drugs. What I was most excited about is that you would hand it to somebody. So yes, I'm excited that you're gonna get a sandwich. Great. You're hungry, you have a place of inclusion you can go to. That's really cool. I'm way more excited that you're going to talk to somebody who's feeling super isolated and street entrenched. When I had done my second bout where I was unhoused, I was living with my best friend at the time in East Vancouver, I fell to addiction to drugs and alcohol. And in that time, I used to go to a place called Save on Meats that had been there since 1957. And I'd sit at the counter and I'd eat a burger for like $3.50 and I'd get really full. But I ate there because I didn't have a lot of resource. And I also felt a lot of judgment at the time, as you do when you're battling with addiction. And in that space were cops, cons, everybody in between. And it was one of those rare places where that occurs in this day and age. We employ people that have physical disabilities, mental disabilities, traditional other barriers, and that being a rap sheet. Somebody's made bad decisions in their life, I've made a bunch of them, and I've worked my way out of them. We don't look at any of that as a hindrance, we look at it as a diverse ability or something that you could actually bring to the job that's more important. Homelessness is a symptom. Poverty is what I care about. We have more than enough resources, times 100, to fix all of these things. They're just going to the wrong places. We just have to be smarter. We just have to.
This one definitely works. Add a minute, David. Okay, so that's us. That's what we do in Vancouver, amongst a lot of other things. And what I really do care about was already spoken about today. I feel like I just want to do 10 minutes of synthesis from what I've already heard from this stage. My dear friend Esther Dyson talks about getting communities to help themselves and to heal themselves. That's what we care about. Gary Bowles had a wonderful conversation up here about what the underlying norms are and what are the narratives and how do we change them. How do we convene? How do we get people together? That's how we solve everything. Yes, all of that. So I can skip through half this deck because I was going to talk about all that. If we think a lot about who inspires you and why in our work, because we think about what is the archetype of the human we aspire to be, right? And so there was all of the ones that I had on my wall as a kid, Michael Jordan, various rappers with good haircuts, all sorts of people. But the person that really inspired me was a couple bedrooms down or in another city. It was a family member. and the way that they approach things and the way they built community and convened. People like this inspire me every day. This gentleman, I was doing a talk in Kelowna in British Columbia, and I walked up to him, and I often feel more comfortable with people in the street. I started to have a conversation with him and just unloaded. I was like, I'm having a really tough day. We just found out we're in some litigation. I'm not stoked about it. 15 minutes goes by. He hasn't said a word. I was like, I'm sorry, man. I've been talking a lot about myself. How are you doing? And he was like, I'm doing okay. I was like, do you need some food? You want to get something to eat? He's like, no, I've eaten. He's like, but I want to show you something. And he grabbed this from the back of his cart and showed it to me. There's a very defining moment in that. When we talk about this, who are we talking about collaborating with? Just us? Because while we're all wonderful, we're going to leave a lot of people behind. And we talk a lot about what this means. There's an other or a them, and I catch myself doing it sometimes too. I'm like, when we're working with them, like, oh, there is no us and them, there's only us. And this is what's happening right now, is a continued divisive and deadly trend of categorization. Other. We talk about other all the time. We're just all us. So this is what I like to just start every day with, because I go into a lot of conversations. Even coming into this room, I still have this narrative of imposter syndrome. Thank God I've got so many friends here who are excited, so I feel more comfortable. Because I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing at the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay? Somebody did pass me their bags and asked me to check them. I politely declined. This is something else I think a lot about. Love is at the center of every single design. I'm a professor of innovation dynamics, and design thinking. I teach it. I taught at USC to the DSW program for a year and a half. I care about innovation deeply. But without love, there's no innovation. Because if we can't be connected, we can't innovate. This I care about, said by this awesome guy. This is also super important. I asked myself a question a bunch of years ago as I was suffering with crippling depression. And I said, am I just crazy? And so I thought, this is a great research project for me. I should find out if I am or not. So I asked a lot of doctors, and they said, yes, well, there's 4 things. When I synthesized it down, the 4 things that really define mental illness. This was one. They were like, do you have long-lasting sadness and instability? I was like, yes. Yes, I do. We do. How about excessive anxiety and worry? Yeah, I'm pretty worried. I'm anxious all the time. I feel like everything's burning and melting around us, and not just because I feel like that, because it is. Are you experiencing social withdrawal? Whatever do you mean? Are you having any trouble sleeping? Still can't follow. What's the prescription, doc? Now I know what the symptoms are. I've got those dialed. I have them all, so that's a problem. So I'm definitely crazy. What do I have to do? And they all said the same thing. This. Exercise, nourishment, gratitude. Practice something good. I was like, for who? Like, for you. I was like, okay. So I did all that. And then I still felt like shit. I was like, this isn't working. Is this the only prescription? They're like, oh no, we can definitely give you some really strong drugs. I was like, it took me a long time to kick those, you can keep them. So I thought I'd reframe the prescription for myself. And I share it with you because I think it's really important. So I exercise every day. My privilege is to help other people. I nourish you tomorrow night. You do have the means, but tomorrow night in the middle of the redwoods, if I don't feed you, nobody will. Practice gratitude to somebody else. I'm so grateful for Jim McCann right now, making an email introduction 15 months ago that had a long tail. Hope he heard that. Altruism, this word is a double-edged sword, isn't it? But embedding good in every part of your life. How do you layer it in? Easily. Might be chunky at first, but it gets better. And then the 5th one for me was this. We talk a lot. But what is the cost of true community wellness? So we're talking about wellness, and I think about this equally. If the community is unwell, everybody in the community, we're all unwell. You can't walk out of your house. You're in a good state, right? You've got rest, you've done yoga, had your power shake, all of your different meds, you're psyched. You walk down the street and you see somebody unhoused. You can pretend it doesn't impact you. I promise you it does. it lands somewhere, and that continues to fester. If we're all in a beautiful community, in a beautiful space, you'll notice when we're segmented away from the rest of society, like we are right now, there's a different wellness because we're able to block it out. When we're in it, we can't. So people are always talking about this, and I think this is particularly resonant here, and I heard it earlier today. Thinking our way into new ways of living. I don't believe that that's possible. I don't. I think that we have to live our ways into new ways of thinking. So just go out and do stuff. Get messy, iterate. We heard that discussion earlier. And we live with this. We know that that's a fact. We know that we have so many things. But how do we do this? So one of the ways that we do this as a Better Life Foundation is get as many of you folks together with as many of the other folks I was talking about. And we sit and I cook. We feed you wine and beer. And we hope you open up. So I want to share that with you. Lights, please.
The Greasy Spoon was conceived to be the anti-gala. There's no democracy of being able to access advocacy. So you would have the $500 white tablecloth Maserati in the front of the hotel thing, but nobody ever left there an advocate. And the other side of that coin is in the advocacy space, there's no resource to generate. So it'd be like, here's a hot dog boil at the last minute in the park, and there wasn't a space in between to educate the average person. This is what's going on in our city. And at the same time, to be able to bring in chefs to really share their gift on their terms. Seeing the impact of the advocacy work on the general population, from arts, musicians, et cetera, being able to see themselves in the work, being able to enjoy an incredible meal, but become part of a bigger community is what I'm about. So the events that we did, New York, underneath the Williamsburg Bridge, with our partners Yo Stay Hungry, who work on education of brown and black people who are in marginalized situations, was so special. And then to skip out to the West Coast and do back-to-back dinners just outside the Tenderloin in San Francisco, and then in Oakland, in the center of gun violence for California. And just to be able to hit people with the conversation, the comfort of saying, here's food, I want to nourish you, I want to feed you, my chef friends, we're going to feed you. Now you're safe, you're in a container, and in that container, we're going to go deep. So that it's an iterative process of what does the South Side of Chicago really need? And who needs to be at that conversation? Who needs to be at the table? And then I will convene them.
To your breast, gonna put it to the test. You wanted it to be blessed, and in your heart, you know it to be true. You know what you gotta do.
So that's what the tour is about. And we are lining up 16, probably more like 24 destinations over the next 12 months to go and convene these conversations. By democratizing access to an event, by democratizing access to information and education, we can solve shit. But until we design like this, it's gonna stay the same. And if we can't use food as a transformative way to have these conversations, then I've failed.
that was my invitation to you. If that speaks to you, we're going to be in all of your cities this year, all of them. I don't even need to know which ones you're in. And this is my favorite quote. I'm going to finish with this because this is a brief talk. And I want you to think about the word food and replace it with anything else that you're thinking about, something that's right there boiling for you. Bad food is made without pride by cooks who have no pride and no love. Bad food is made by chefs who are indifferent or who are trying to be everything to everybody, who are trying to please everyone. Bad food's fake food. Food that shows fear and lack of confidence in people's ability to discern or to make decisions about their lives. Gives me goosebumps literally every time. That was said by this guy, also this guy. 1 in 4 people suffer from some type of mental illness. That's an absolute fact. I think that number is way higher. That means it's normal. The more we can talk about it, the more we can be with each other, the more we can save each other. When things get darkest, we got to be our brightest. We got to love our hardest. That's me. Look forward to cooking you dinner tomorrow.
I'm here again. Okay, Bhushan Joshi, please join me on stage.
Hi.
Have a seat. Well, and I don't know where your music was, but anyway. So Bhushan is head of sustainability and corporate responsibility for Ericsson in North America. Ericsson is a giant telecom equipment maker, and he's going to talk about some of the things they do. But he's really engaged with this subject that has come up a lot already, climate. And so I want to talk first about why you're engaged with climate and why you're worried about it.
Yeah, so I mean, we've kind of talked about this, from a climate change perspective, and climate change, it's kind of interesting, right? So we're the first generation that is starting to see the impacts of climate change, and we're likely the last generation that has the ability to do something about it, right? The time is running out. So what we've already seen is that human activities have caused a 1 degree Celsius rise in global temperatures above pre-industrial levels. And we're seeing the impacts of that. But what the UN report on climate action tells us, or climate change tells us, is that if we go down the current path, we're likely to see a scenario with a 1.5 degree Celsius rise in global temperatures above pre-industrial levels by 2030. So what does that mean? So what it means is that we enter into a stage that's called hothouse Earth, and it is just as bad as it sounds. We're talking about long, extended summers, droughts, storms, reduction in the ability to make food, produce food, when we have a growing population. So I mean, these are some real impacts that are happening, and we need to take action, right? And now is the time. We understand what needs to be done. What we now need to do is match that understanding with action. And that's really what excites me. And when I kind of look at the future generations, we talked about Greta, and you had the video before this, and they're mad because I read this proverb, and it says that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors. We actually borrow it from our children, and the children are mad because it's their future, right? And they have the right to be mad. So they see that it's something that is going to impact them, and they're going to have to live with it much longer than I'm going to have to live with it. And so they're demanding us to take action. So we in the room here, this conclave of the convinced, as I call it, we have to go beyond this and take exponential climate action. And that's really what excites me to work for Ericsson, because that's what we're focused on doing. We're focused on empowering an intelligent, connected, and sustainable world. And what is the role of our industry, the internet communications or telecommunications technology companies, and how do we enable exponential climate action?
Wow, I love that. Now you have slides, but do you have one that illustrates anything you just said? You want to start with the slides?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see these slides. Well, let's get to this one. Okay. What is the exponential climate roadmap, and why is it important?
Yeah, so I kind of talked about like the 1.5 degrees Celsius, but what does that really mean, right? So there wasn't enough clarity in terms of what actionable things need to happen. So what we started off by saying, so let's make it actionable to the next level. So the first thing that came out was called the carbon law.
So what the carbon law says is that we need to have global carbon emissions peak in 2020. So by end of next year, they need to peak. And then they need to halve every decade as we go towards 2050 and reach net zero or net zero
Emissions,
carbon
yeah.
from an emissions perspective.
And as I wrote in our magazine, we're going to also have to do some carbon negative stuff too, because just cutting emissions isn't even going to be enough.
No.
We got to do everything.
Right. In many ways, you can say that the die is cast,
Yeah.
right? Now we have to kind of work with the impacts. So that's the first level of detail. But then, but what does that still mean, right? There isn't actionable information about what cities could do, what people could do, what individuals, governments. How does this actually happen?
Everybody's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, like what do you do? So that's what the Exponential Climate Action Roadmap provides. So Ericsson's worked with a broad range of stakeholders. You'll see WWF there, the Stockholm Resiliency Center, Telia, which is a telecom provider in Sweden. So we work with this diverse set of stakeholders to come up with a roadmap which is science-based that provides specific solutions or technologies that need to be implemented by each sector of the economy, manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, to take the steps they need to take to decarbonize at the rate at which we need to decarbonize and reach that state where we have the emissions by 2030 and then go towards net zero by 2050.
So it really is a way to try to help us figure out what to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of what to do, you have your SDG pin, you have SDG logos on the map, on the slide, and we haven't even mentioned the SDGs on stage today, which is an error on our part, because this is a huge priority for us and for Ericsson, I know, and we've talked about it and worked with Ericsson in the past on this. Just quickly say why the SDGs matter to Ericsson.
Yeah, so Ericsson was one of the first companies to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, to measure the impact of our company on society and the environment, right?
So good.
So it's really a measure of understanding where we can impact and what we can do. So what we have done is we've focused on two goals that you can see up there, goal number 8 and goal number 17, which is infrastructure and then partnerships, because those are the two goals around which Ericsson's core competencies align, right? So when you think about infrastructure, it's developing the next ICT technology, 5G, which is energy efficient, which enables other sectors to take exponential climate action, and then rely on partners, because you can't do this alone. You have to work with others. You have to work with the manufacturing sector, the transportation sector, and innovate in a way that they're able to do more with less, be more efficient, because that's the scale, the exponential action that is required.
Yeah. Well, we heard John and Sony talk about some of the things that getting to the edge and empowering the edge is going to do. You are so involved. Ericsson, in a sense, invented a good portion of the 5G ecosystem that's being installed around the world.
Right.
So how does that dovetail with this whole set of issues?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It was really good to hear Sony talk about energy and efficiency and performance together. So 5G is the next generation of mobile broadband technology that's coming, right? That builds on 4G. So with 5G, you're going to get three things. One is really fast speeds, 100 times faster, very low latency, and the third one is reliability, and also network slicing. So what these technologies do is, with really high speeds, you're able to now have access to applications that exist on the cloud. So things that you couldn't do before, now you can with that low latency and high data transfer rate. So you could have things like, advanced support for autonomous cars, like aided driving, right? Where you're you're essentially taking video and then analyzing it and then feeding back actions, for driving. With the network slicing, you could do things like you could carve out a portion of the 5G network for applications like robotic surgery, right? When you're talking about surgeons operating
because the
remotely,
instantaneousness, you've got to have.
You got to have that. If you're going to do surgery, it needs to be just about as real time as it can get.
But could I just stop you on the network slicing? That also means, though, you could have another slice of that same node, basically just very slowly, gradually taking data from agricultural sensors that only have to be looked at every few days, right? But it's the same infrastructure can handle both.
Exactly.
That's new.
That's new. So that's the same infrastructure,
And within that, you could have things like electrical meters, right, that are not necessarily needing high bandwidth, but they're needing to transmit data, textual data, consistently over a long period of time. So you can carve out a different network for that. So you're not essentially organizing the network to provide different kinds of services based on different kind of applications and demands.
Well, I want to get to some of the implications on other industries, but while we're still talking about the technology itself, another thing is this beamforming. Just quickly explain why beamforming matters in 5G and what it's going to allow, because it's a very energy-saving thing, among other things, right?
Right. So beamforming, so with 5G, because you're going to provide these, like services that I talked about, the high speed of data, what 5G will have is it will have an array of different radios, right? And what we can do now is instead of broadcasting a bubble, we're now able to focus the radio waves onto devices.
Yeah, because right now a cell tower basically is sending in 7 or 8 miles in every direction the same stuff, and if you're here, it doesn't matter because it's the same stuff. Right. But you're saying it could just get it to you, and that's of course way more efficient.
It can beamform. So now it's essentially a bubble. When you enter the bubble, you flip your phone, you start making a phone call. But the bubble always exists, even if there's traffic or not, right? So with 5G, with the beamforming, because we're able to do this focus of radio waves on devices and people using it, we now have the ability to use less energy, which means it's less intense, which means it's more energy saving. So that's really what the beamforming provides you. And there are other things too with like 5G. The network doesn't need to be on all the time. It needs to be on. We can switch it from being always on to on when needed or always available without sacrificing performance. So these are some of the really cool things that are coming out.
Well, those are huge technologies, but what is it going to mean in terms of applications and use cases?
Yeah. So let's talk about some of those. I think the first one that I think we can talk about. Let me flip back. So transportation. So what the Exponential Climate Action Roadmap tells us is that transportation accounts for 21% of global greenhouse gas emissions, which is a large amount, right? So the challenge really is that how do you have a transportation solution that is safe, reliable, and sustainable? So what Ericsson has done is that we have partnered with this company called Enride and Telia. We talked about Telia, which is a telecom provider. And we have come up with an ecosystem to have autonomous electric transportation systems. So this is what you're seeing here is the Einride pod. It's you put cargo in it, but it's automated and it's electrical. And so the role of 5G is that in order for autonomous vehicles to be safe and operate safely on the roads, they need to have all of the things that we talked about. They need to have instantaneous connectivity, they need to have reliable connectivity, and needs to have very low latency. So that's what 5G is enabling. What that means now is because you have these autonomous EVs out there, if you can charge these EVs with renewable electricity, now you could have a drastic reduction in emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, right, that would have otherwise come from fossil fuels. But then also think about the tailpipe emissions. And when you hear stories about places in India like New Delhi, which are having really severe pollution issues from tailpipe emissions, these types of solutions can control that.
So what's another example?
So one of the other things that, and this is one of the things that I think we talked about a little bit, mining. The topic of mining came up in one of the previous discussions.
Yeah, John Chambers.
John talked about that. So mining is really moving towards being more autonomous. So the two key things in mines is one is the ability to move people away from harm's way, right? So how do you automate and how do you do autonomous vehicles, remote control vehicles to take out people from hazardous places? And the second one is on ventilation. So mines have a lot of mine have people, and when it's deep underground, you need to ventilate it.
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning, and for fresh air.
Purification.
And fresh air, oxygen as you go deeper. So what these solutions do is that we're able to create private LTE networks using 4G and 5G. And now what it does is it gives you the ability to track people, track assets. So if you're able to track where your miners are, you don't need to ventilate the entire mine. You can only ventilate where you need it to be and give the exact amount of cubic feet per minute of fresh air that's required. So that has an impact in terms of reducing energy costs for the mine, reducing emissions that would have otherwise come from that fan and the ventilation running all the time, and then creating a safe environment for people. So they know when they're there, there's going to be the ventilation required.
So when is 5G going to really happen?
So 5G is happening now. There's trials and there's real 5G networks.
Well, I get it. I get my AT&T phone says 5G, but it's not a 5G phone, so that's kind of marketing, I would assume. Like, it would be 5G if I had a 5G phone. Is that what that means?
You would, yeah. So 5G devices, from what I know, are not out there, handsets.
Right.
There are a few.
But AT&T broadcasts it. They brag about it anyway.
Right. But so, yeah, so I mean, so it is there. It's being deployed. We're deploying it globally. US is leading on 5G. What Ericsson has done is that to accelerate the deployment of 5G in the United States, we're opening a new 5G smart factory in Louisville, Texas, right near Plano. And this factory is going to be operational in early 2020, and it's going to produce radios for our customers in North America, 5G radios. And it's interesting, the factory itself is designed to be sustainable. So we have set a goal to have this factory to be LEED Zero Carbon certified and also LEED Gold certified. There's not that many manufacturing facilities that have LEED certification. We're going to have things there like solar panels on site. We're going to have, we're going to have a 26,000 gallon water tank to reuse and recycle rainwater. And there are also going to be proof points and use cases of how 5G enables smart manufacturing in Industry 4.0. So we're going to have things like AGVs, automated guided vehicles, that use 5G connectivity. How do you do precision manufacturing using 5G? So it's really a use case where we can bring people and partners to show we're drinking our own champagne and here's how that works.
So 2020 is the year we're really going to start feeling this?
No, I said the next year.
No, but I mean, but in terms of feeling 5G really being deployed, do you think we're going to start sensing that as consumers, as business people in the next year or so?
Yeah, so I mean, you can look at the announcements that the operators have made and how fast they're deploying. I don't know all of them, but I think the pace is going to pick up. They have made commitments to really aggressively put 5G out there because they want to have that, so have the network available so that innovation can start happening on top of it, right? More use cases start becoming available and practical applications start happening. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I can tell you.
Bhushan, thank you so much. I have to say, I'm so pleased that our partners are doing such substantial work, and that the first thing you want to talk about as a corporate guy on stage is how worried you are about climate. That is the way it should be with every company. Unfortunately, it isn't yet, but it is with Ericsson, so thank you.
It will happen. Thank you.
So now I'm going to be joined by Lila Preston and Ryan Popple. So please come up. Lila. Hi. Thank you for being here. Oh, your chair got up here really fast. Okay. Talk about responsible companies. So Lila's with Generation, wait, I always get the name wrong. It's Generation Investment Management. Okay, that's what it is. But there's a lot of subsets of it. But you are mostly in the growth equity part of Generation. Generation is a company that was co-founded by Al Gore. In fact, when you and I first met, you were with Al, actually, in Davos. And it was set up many years ago. How many, 15 years ago?
15 years ago, yes.
And to do what?
Yeah, so Generation from the beginning put sustainability and sustainability research at the core of an investment process. And so we've been doing dedicated sustainable investing, since 2004. And the premise is that that is the best way to deliver long-term performance for our clients. So we're doing this because we truly believe that a holistic understanding of business models and management teams and the context in which they're operating their sector transition is the best way to invest, and that can deliver outperformance. And so we today manage around $22 billion of assets on behalf of institutions, pension funds, foundations, and endowments.
$22 billion under a company with that ethos. I love it.
Across public and private.
And Ryan is CEO of Proterra, which is a portfolio company, which is the largest maker of electric buses in America and not in the world. Probably the Chinese
Not in the world.
are probably ahead of you in that, but certainly in the U.S., almost all electric buses that are going into urban infrastructures are coming from you now.
Yeah, we have the leading market share in battery electric buses for North American mass transit.
So it's perfectly in keeping with this logic of sustainable investing that's also ideally profitable. Maybe you should just talk a little bit about what Proterra is up to and where it is at the moment.
Sure. So at this point, we're up to 100 city customers. We're in 41, or we're in or deploying into 41 states, 2 Canadian provinces, hot weather climates, cold weather climates. I think we've done about 10 million miles of passenger revenue service. We build the first purpose-built battery electric vehicle for the mass transit industry. So that includes a lightweight carbon fiber composite body. We built heavy-duty battery technology for the operational requirements of the commercial vehicle sector, drivetrain, charging technology, software to manage all of it as well from the cloud. And so our main market is building electric vehicles for the market that we think is going to be the first one to get to 100% zero emission. And the reason why buses are going to go 100% EV before our cars is because of the nature of how buses operate. In addition to that, we also sell battery pack technology, batteries, to other commercial vehicle OEMs. So you can see Proterra electric buses serving San Jose Airport as an example, or Raleigh-Durham Airport, or Alabama A&M University, or Chicago, Illinois. But next year you'll start seeing our battery systems and drivetrain in school buses, for example, that are manufactured by a partner, or tech buses that are on the 101 taking people to Google or Facebook, et cetera.
That's coming. That's not here yet?
That's right. We OEM an electric vehicle for the mass transit market, and we sell that directly to cities. And then in 2020, our EV technology, you'll start seeing it in partner company products as well.
Talk about how do you see Proterra as part of the portfolio, and what makes it significant? Why did you want to be here with Ryan?
Yeah, so we have a growth equity fund, which is our private investment strategy, which is called the Sustainable Solutions Strategy. So here we're looking to back businesses that are accelerating a transition to a sustainable economy across mobility, food, energy, enterprise, healthcare, financial inclusion, and so on. And we really think about planetary health, people health, financial inclusion. And in that context, we're looking for the very best business models and management teams that can bend the curve. And so we did a bunch of research back in 2015, 2016. We call them roadmaps on the future of mobility and the pivotal role that electrification would play, and up and down the value chain search for the best business models. And we decided not to play in the passenger vehicle market, which was highly competitive and a lot of people trying to own the passenger experience. And instead we went towards personal mobility through a individual battery swapping and scooter company in Asia, and then through to kind of full defensible solutions for cities in the form of Proterra. So kind of defining a pocket of the market where they had a moat with respect to their technology, not only the kind of battery technology, but equally the ability to be a secure, trusted partner, not only for the unit sale, but full energy solutions. So powered by Proterra being one of the examples that Ryan can talk about.
Did you come to Proterra based on an analysis that we need to find a company in this space, or did you invest in Proterra because you said, oh, Proterra's out there, they're doing cool stuff, they fit into our narrative?
This makes me a little nervous. This is like asking your partner what they see in you.
No, actually, either one would be good for you.
Yeah, that's right.
The great thing about covering what we think about our research roadmaps is to map where we are in the early innings of what we call a technology-led sustainability revolution.
Which you do a lot of analysis.
Yeah, and Vice President Gore would put it into context to say he believes it will have the magnitude of the Industrial Revolution, but the pace of the digital revolution. And so we truly take seriously that every industry is undergoing massive shifts with respect to a combination of consumer demand, technological innovation, and regulatory frameworks. So we compete ideas across all sectors. So the best answer is this bubbles up not only as a high-quality business model management team, but it sits across all the things that we look at as one of kind of those excellent opportunities to drive profitability lockstep with impact, in this case, environmental in particular.
I love that you take that view with $22 billion. And talk quickly about this Sustainable Trends report that you produce, so that people should have access to it. And that's some really serious work that you do that everybody can take advantage of.
Yeah, and Ryan and his team feed into this because what we do is we annually launch a summary of the best charts and statistics painting how we're shifting towards a more sustainable future or not. Mobility being one of the strong pillars of our sustainability trends report. You can download it on our website. It is somewhat like Mary Meeker's Internet Trends report, pulls on 250 sources, and we, in this year's report, came to highlight the 2019 being the year where you have, I think, 5 million EVs or PHEVs on the road. Also, the fact that 16 nations have declared or have a framework for phase out of the internal combustion engine. So I think
16 countries have now done that.
Yeah,
I
and even
remember
within
Norway
the
did
U.S., I mean, I think you could probably bring the kind of U.S. landscape to light. But these guys can operate globally, but are really leading the charge in the city framework for the U.S.
It actually goes to something I wanted to ask Ryan about. We've heard earlier about John Chambers is saying we don't have a national strategy for startups. We don't have a national strategy for a lot of stuff, and a lot of other countries do. How much of an impediment is that to you, and how global do you want to get? In other words, talk about how you see the U.S. kind of sustainable product market, in particular in transportation, comparing to what you see around the world, and how does it help you or hurt you?
Yeah, I mean, David, I think that's a great point. There really isn't an industrial strategy for the United States, and there are industrial strategies for competing economies. So that China is very clear-headed, and they're in some ways very transparent in terms of what they're going to do and by when and which industries they'd like to dominate.
Yeah.
That has had a very positive...
Intend to dominate.
Intend to dominate, yeah. But I mean, if you look at what they did on solar panel production as a classic example in clean energy, on the one hand, it decimated solar panel manufacturers in Europe and the US. On the other hand, it brought down the price of solar and is helping to shift the curve in terms of the CO2 impact of electricity. China was very clear about saying, we are going to go after the vehicles that make the most sense to electrify. And as Lila was highlighting, their investment in Gogoro and their investment in Proterra, in a lot of ways, they fit kind of the barbell approach that China took from a command economy perspective. So they said, we don't really care too much.
Well, Al Gore could have been the president. He should have been, right? But anyway, that's another matter. Go on, sorry.
And when you combine that with China, it gets really interesting. But yeah, so China basically said, like, we want to go after basically urban high utilization vehicles, and little vehicles like scooters, taxis, and really big vehicles like buses and delivery. So in a lot of ways, they've shown what you can get done from a command economy perspective. That being said, though, we still generate better EV innovation and better innovation, superior innovation in a lot of categories in the US without necessarily a command economy approach. So Proterra holds the world record for the longest range electric vehicle. We drove 1,100 miles on a single charge.
Any kind of vehicle?
Any kind of vehicle.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a 40-foot electric bus.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. We did 1,100 miles, just slightly higher. I think it was 1,103 on a test track. The previous vehicle that held the world record was like a German solar car that carried like one small passenger, like a coxswain in crew, the lightest person on the team. And we didn't know that we were going to break the world record. It turns out the energy density of the overall vehicle was better than any other vehicle that had been made.
Is that just because buses are bigger, they can hold more batteries?
It's the way we designed the vehicle, in that everything in that vehicle is designed to be a highly efficient electric vehicle, and it turned out to be, on a density basis, the most efficient electric vehicle design. So I guess I would say we shouldn't sell ourselves short in terms of, like, Tesla still makes the best electric passenger EV in the world, and they continue to innovate. So we're agile. We don't necessarily bring the scale that China does with industrial policy. That being said, we found that there's a real hunger to partner with US tech companies. So for example, we partner with Daimler, and we are providing technology, and we're collaborating with them. And there's a lot of collaborations we can do with US and European companies that they would not necessarily do with a Chinese company because of concerns about IP.
Yeah, that's
so I think reasonable. From a theory of change, one of the things I hope to accomplish with Proterra is not just lead a major vehicle sector in the US to complete electrification and show that it can be done. We can absolutely cut the cord on fossil fuel, but I also hope that we can get some of our design DNA into companies that are so much bigger than we could ever organically grow to be.
Really interesting.
Just this highlights the importance of what we call sustainable solutions businesses. It's not only first order effect. So yeah, these guys sell an electric bus that displaces a diesel engine, so this is not only lower CO2 emissions, but particulate matter and the relation between, respiratory disease and urban congestion. So that's first order. A second order is changing systems, changing the way in which cities operate, changing kind of like leasing models and providing services around.
So there's a much bigger opportunity than just selling buses.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, one of the things, I had the good fortune of sitting at lunch at your table, and Tim O'Reilly was on the other side, and he had a great conversation with you. I said, what should I ask Ryan based on your conversation? And Tim said, tipping point. So what are we at or close to a tipping point in the desire for and the implementation of electric buses in particular?
Yeah, absolutely. And not just in the US, but globally. The C40 cities, those mayors have said they are eliminating tailpipe emissions entirely from their municipal fleets. The bus fleet tends to be the first place you start because it's such a fuel hog. I like selling electric vehicles to fleet operators, to mayors. We heard from the mayor of Cleveland earlier, and they are thinking about how do they deliver more service with less resources, and they're thinking about it the way a CFO would think about it. In some ways, it's hard to get the electric car market to tip because you're dealing with preferences like I've always driven a Ford pickup truck, or my dad drove a GM pickup truck, or something like that, right? That's not a business decision. So on the bus side, the tipping point, I think, has arrived. California, by 2023, 25% of buses they purchase have to be zero emission. LA, New York, Miami, I think 30% of buses in the US right now are covered by an action plan that bubbled up from the grassroots. It's typically at a mayor or governor level where they've said, I've run the numbers on my own, regardless of the gridlock in DC, this is where we're going. So I think over the next 10 years, we will see the complete replacement of internal combustion in markets that look like bus.
Wow.
Bus, school bus, refuse, delivery trucks.
I live on 14th Street in Manhattan. That would be good for me.
Yeah.
But one other thing I really want you to mention is, we heard from Sony with John Chambers this morning talking about how their business model is to empower the incumbents in part, to compete against the colossus of Amazon. And you also have, as a startup, a more kind of, I would say, pragmatic and somewhat unusual attitude about the existing players. Talk about that.
Well, I was at Tesla from 2007 to 2010, and Tesla had to be vertically integrated in everything they did. But my sense of urgency around climate and the environment, as well as competitiveness, like the U.S. we can't let ourselves be left behind and mess around with coal and engines when the rest of the world is moving to solar and LED and electric motors. So I just don't think we have time to take on everyone and poke everyone in the eye. So when I talk to a bus or a truck manufacturer, I don't view them as, we're gonna show up, we're gonna disrupt you, we're gonna destroy you, because politically, if our message is everybody who builds a diesel engine today is gonna lose their job, or everybody who builds a diesel bus is gonna lose their job, it's not gonna work. So we try to partner as much as possible. We tend to think that friends are assets and enemies are liabilities, and we're happy to humbly partner with a much larger company and help them transform.
Well, we've got to wrap, but one of the things that I just want to mention that I know you're doing, that instead of you saying it, you're hugely into school buses now, right? And that's something that you think could also tip fairly quickly.
Yeah, and we have no interest to build a school bus. We want to enable electrification of school buses, but we'd be fine with selling battery packs to Daimler and using the industrial scale and the operational excellence they already have.
So good.
And it's just, my final note is, this is one of these companies that, you can, as an investor, help because the door is open. And so we talk about sustainable solutions businesses being not only what they sell, so products and services, but then how they operate. So culture, human capital management, governance, their ability to receive, advisors. We've actually been instrumental in introducing their chairman of their board, Jack Allen, who was the CEO of Navistar, Janine Sargent, who was head of innovation at Flextronics. Really kind of the engine room behind the buses is as important as just the product itself. And so we always encourage people to think about sustainable businesses as ones that solve problems with their products and services, but then operate in a way that is truly sustainable, such that we can scale these solutions, because we sure need them.
It's really good. We've got a sort of parade of responsible companies on the stage today, which I'm very proud of. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay, so we're heading toward the end, but this is going to be a pretty sacco closing session for the day. But put your seatbelts on because it's not going to be entirely pretty, but it's going to be great. And we're going to also then sort of morph it into a room-wide conversation if anybody wants to say something they didn't get a chance to say or question they didn't get a chance to ask. So Strat Sherman, please join me. Actually, don't join me. I'm going to sit down. But Strat is a longtime journalist, now an executive coach, friend of mine for 30 years, and somebody who's a deep thinker about a lot of the things that we've been discussing on the stage this afternoon.
Thank you, David. So you look at an old dude like me and you expect him to tell you the world is going to hell, right? That's what I'm going to do. Might be different this time, though. Global warming, that thing seems to be real. And things are flying out of control in ways that really are a little bit different. You've noticed hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, mass extinctions, Amazon on fire, Mark Zuckerberg, microplastics, surveillance cams. I could give you a long list, but it would probably give you a stroke. You've probably noticed that it's accelerating. Look at Google. A couple of weeks ago, they're buying Fitbit. So now they've got your heartbeat. They know when you've got insomnia. Next thing you hear, Wall Street Journal, they've got 50 million Americans' health records with all their personal data about their health, their identity. By the way, they gathered this up without advising any of the 50 million individuals they were doing so. And you have like a 5-minute break, and then they're going into the checking account business, presumably with the surveillance thrown in for free. So give us a chance to catch our breath, guys. So here's the deal. What we're facing is not some super complex set of technical difficulties. It's one issue. We need to learn to control what we create. Humans have been tool makers for hundreds of thousands of years. Tools evolved into tech. Let me define tech as anything and everything built by humans, from a box of frosted flakes to the CERN particle accelerator. Now, the game has changed, I would argue, in 3 big ways. Number 1, 1945, nuclear bomb over Hiroshima. First demo of our capability to destroy ourselves at scale. Number 2, 1953, IBM 701, the commercialization of computers, an incredible accelerator of innovation. And number 3, right now, the digitization of everything pretty much complete. And that's put innovation into hyperdrive. So now, if you want to invent something without really giving too much thought about the consequences, you can just sit down at a computer in your underpants and invent it. Result, an explosion of invention. US patent grants in 1960, 50,000 a year. Last year, 340,000. More and more stuff is being made with every tick of the clock. Some portion of it is really, really bad. Some of it's intentionally bad, like nukes, weaponized viruses, the VX nerve agent that killed that Kim Jong-nam in Kuala Lumpur airport, you may remember. But even worse is the unintentional stuff. Ozone-eating chlorofluorocarbons, chemicals in the water supply. The unintended consequences of human technology have been accumulating throughout human history. And for most of human history, it didn't matter at the planetary level. It was inconsequential. But as you've noticed, that is exactly what's changed. Now, when we burn down the Amazon, when we take a whole bunch of species into extinction, the impact is obvious. What hasn't changed is our inability to foresee the consequences of what we create. What hasn't changed is our fundamental inability to control what we create. Yep, we've avoided nuclear war so far, that's a win. We've cleaned up the environment some. But we are nowhere near keeping up with the hazards of what we're creating. The whole house of cards of the human enterprise is getting tippier every minute and more vulnerable to collapse. That's the pickle we're in, folks. We're creating more stuff than ever, faster and faster. What we're creating is more and more dangerous. And as a species, we have absolutely no idea what to do about it. Worse, we don't even really seem to care. Our lifetimes are so short. Unconsciously, all of us probably figure we'll be dead by the time it gets really bad. And so we all do next to nothing. The can gets kicked down the road. Bad things become worse, and the prospect of doom becomes more certain. It's not that we're bad people. We just don't live long enough to understand the consequences of our actions. Meanwhile, doom is scheduled to arrive early. Artificial general intelligence could be achieved as soon as the year 2030. And if that doesn't scare you, you probably haven't seen Soylent Green. Just wait till an independently conscious AI connects with, say, Google's 5 exabytes or so of data about nearly everyone on Earth. You and I may regret some of those emails we wrote at 3 o'clock in the morning. Depressed? Me too. But maybe, just maybe, there may be a way out of this mess. Humans can be a bit silly sometimes. Maybe just a teensy-weensy bit short of common sense. Show of hands. How many of you are on Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Gmail? But we're also incredibly smart. As of today, the brain of any ordinary human being is vastly smarter than any AI. The plasticity of our cognitive apparatus is a gigantic advantage. You don't have to wait hundreds of years for evolution to save us, which it will never do. Our brains can rewire themselves, and they're doing that right there in that little video. And there's lots of those brains handy. Last count, 7.7 billion of them. And here's one good thing that technology has done for us. We've built an infrastructure of real-time communications that for all practical purposes connects every single person on Earth. So for the first time in history, we can connect. Probably for the first time in history, we've got an urgent species-level problem that we need to solve. And for the first time in history, for sure, we have the opportunity to network ourselves into some kind of global human supercomputer, a wetware device. We were smart enough to get ourselves into this mess. Maybe we're smart enough to get ourselves out. When you're trying to solve a really big problem like this one, sometimes the best strategy is no strategy. Engage with the problem, see what we come up with. We actually know how to do this. It's the basic startup model. Right now, we've already got the cocktail napkin. We got a name, Doombusters, cute logo, problem to solve, imminent doom, and an idea, global human supercomputer. Okay, the next steps are obvious. We already know them. Look around in your friends and acquaintances, find somebody that you respect, co-founder. Brainstorm with them. develop ideas for a solution. Doesn't have to solve the whole problem, like what Mark Brand did. Lovely. That's the kind of thing we need. Solving part is okay. And we can worry later about funding, we can worry later about scaling, we can worry later about connecting it all up into the global computer. Then, if you're talented and lucky, it explodes. Once you start thinking along these lines, you realize we've probably got all the resources that we need to save ourselves. So why aren't we doing it? Let me put it a different way. Why aren't I doing it? Why aren't you doing it? The obstacle doesn't seem to be technical or financial. It's moral. We aren't taking responsibility for cleaning up the mess that our fellow humans have made. In fairness, why should we? Look at the world's biggest mess makers. Mark Zuckerberg, the human face of dystopia. Larry Page and Sergey Brin, Jeff Bezos. Do we see those guys stepping up? Not one of them is taking responsibility for the damage done by the companies that they personally control. So why should we lift a finger to solve problems that we didn't cause? Not fair. Well, life isn't fair. We've grown up in a system that carefully distinguishes between murder with intent, which can get you the chair, and manslaughter, which can get you get-out-of-jail-free card. The broad cultural idea that we all share is that if there's no intention, there's no responsibility. But guess what? The problem here is an accumulation of unintended consequences. So intent doesn't matter anymore. There's no one to blame. In fact, most of the perpetrators of all of this are long dead. What matter now are consequences and what we do about them. We're in a binary situation. Either everything goes to hell with consequences suffered by all those young people, all those yet to be born, and all the other species on the planet. Either that, or we solve the problem ourselves. That's the moral challenge facing you, me, and every conscious person on Earth. Simple choice, folks. Take a long, hard look in the mirror. Am I part of the problem? Am I part of the solution? If you've got children, look them in the eye. Tell them. Look, we all feel inadequate. None of us know what to do. None of us are Gandhi or Nelson Mandela or Mother Teresa or Martin Luther King. But if this problem is going to get solved, we're all going to have to start acting a lot more like them and less like selfish assholes. Pardon me, but you know that's what it is. If you need a role model, look at Greta Thunberg, 16 years old, out there telling it like it is, inspiring millions. One person. Obviously, we should all be good citizens, but there's more to this than eating hummus, sorting your garbage, sending $25 a year to the Sierra Club. Table stakes for making a difference starts, I believe, with a personal awakening. An awakening powerful enough for us to radically take responsibility for problems that we didn't cause. That's what heroes like Thunberg and Martin Luther King are doing. And the test of whether we're doing it or not is whether our behavior inspires other people to take more responsibility themselves. That's the only way this thing goes viral. Let's call this a global spiritual awakening. We know it has to be global to match the scale of the problem. We know awakening is necessary because if we don't grok the problem and the need to solve it, ain't nothing gonna happen. And I know the word spiritual sounds fruity, but let's be clear, I'm not talking about religion or any system of belief. I'm talking about taking responsibility. I'm talking about stepping up. I'm talking about being honest with ourselves about the stark moral choice we face. And make no mistake, doing nothing is the definition of being part of the problem. Just taking responsibility for our own lives is spiritual awakening. And if you don't believe me, ask the Dalai Lama. I once heard him say, and I quote, "The key practice is the transformation of adverse conditions into favorable conditions." Now, when he says that, that implies that it's possible to transform adverse conditions into favorable conditions. So the basic guidelines are all perfectly well known. Love your neighbor, know yourself, and as Spike Lee says, do the right thing. If you look in the mirror and you see that you've got some work to do, welcome to the club. Let's do the work. Let's start organizing. Let's start wiring up that global human supercomputer. My father always used to tell me that nothing is impossible. When I was a kid, I had a hard time with that, but it's starting to make sense to me. We can do this, or not. You tell me.
Thank you, Strat. Unfortunately, we actually have to wrap now. I apologize for that, but that was a great talk, a great bracing way to end. We are going to have four dinners starting at 7:30. Climate change is in Navio, which is right down that way. Health and wellness is in the observatory, which is on the far side of the hotel, all the way at the end. Life at Work is in Pacifica, and the Geek Dinner is in Miramontes. I believe those are both right over here. We're going to be starting the breakfast in the morning. We have an open breakfast at 7, 2 breakfast sessions at 7:15, a women's breakfast, and a Communicating in Times of Crisis breakfast led by Andy Whitehouse. And then we will begin again here in the ballroom at 8:50 in the morning. So see you all then. See you at a lot of those things. Thank you for your attention. Have a good night.